All right. So just gonna get everything here ready. Good to see most of you filtered in. Slow week. Our viewer counts are a lot lower than what it used to be, but I don't blame them. It's been a heavy week. What do I want to do here? Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly switch to excuse me, just show you the inside of the AMC theater that I've been working on real fast. Just why we have a second, because I think you'll like it. So let's just switch over, split second. So I got the ticket booth here. You'll buy your custom tickets. You can have a person there, your show times. I'm going to turn these vertically, and there'll be the pictures of what's playing in the respective theaters. There's your food vending. There's your Mars landscape, the front of the building. I still have to work on the stairs, landscaping, and the facade, but that's the general idea. And an individual theater looks like. There's the hallway, and I'll get like some mood lighting going here. And then seating and theater proper. One with a roof, which will be much darker. So, something like that. I'm just working on the roof before the stock market goes off. But anyways, and this is the staff room, whatever, setting up the ticket booth for the eventual guests of our AMC theater on Mars. So that's the side project. Anyways, wanted to just quickly show you that because I got the text up, and yeah. So there'll be Mars Attacks and Godzilla vs. King Kong will be our two premiere movies. But, yeah, gives me something to do. All right, we'll go back to the. Well, actually, we can go to the market open here. While we wait for the market to open. Let's see here. Switch. Get rid of that. Okay. So yeah, you can see the pre-market's not too bad. 3% up. We're only seeing 2.26, but there was a sizable gain. It's not much, and there was no aftermarket. There was like one trade in the aftermarket, and it was a downer. So not a lot of action, not a lot of volume. Yesterday was okay. You can see it on the side here, but it wasn't great. Our volume used to be like 100 million. We've had billion volume days. Now we're having 40 and less, 30. But this is at least a good start. GME is also showing the same, a little bit of energy there. And I'm presuming the Dow, the NASDAQ, and all the rest are showing a little bit of life. Today a Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesdays tend to be pretty good. If Mondays suck, the Wednesday will be better. I don't know why. I'm guessing, the Monday they're just too tired to care. Tuesdays, it's the day after a good day, and then by Wednesday it's a chance. Thursday, you're gearing up for going down, and then Friday you're going down. Maybe that's the mentality there. I should look into that. I don't really know why, but I've noticed the pattern that Wednesdays tend to be decent. But anyways, there's 60 minutes on the clock. So that is about to kick off. And we'll see how we hold on open. And I'll just scroll this up so you can get the price here. I'm just going to scroll this part up so we can see the volume in real time. Oh, this thing is not easy to work with. Okay. Oh. Yeah, good old Dogecoin. All about dem hype. Yeah, it's a modern day what the hell is it called? Modern day Ponzi scheme. All right, markets open 2 minutes ago, or 2 seconds ago. Shit, I'm not that slow in the head. Um, let's see. Am I on the wrong? Why am I not seeing any action here? Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow, that's some bitching low volume then. So 850 out the door, like on the start. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Not a lot of negativity. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we're still holding. Good. All right, let's take a quick gander. Good. Good. Moderate. Meh. Meh. Ah, there you go. Crash, you little bastard. Where you deserve. I am going to be vindicated on Roblox. People are like, no, you're dumb. It's going to go up. No, fuck it. That baby's going down. I'm going to be vindicated. Of course, the market will do exactly what the market wants to do, but my my spidey trading senses tell me that that baby's gonna kick it. We're on AMC. Okay, good. Just let this baby roll its course. So the first opening salvo really doesn't matter. You're just looking to make sure that it's not a massive, massive crash. And if it's a massive bull run, of course, you might want that. But that's all you really care about in the first 5 minutes. After which, then the market will take over. But what really happens, if it's up or down, sideways, doesn't really matter. Just the market working out the buying jitters. Although that was pretty good. You had a green comeback, then the red just crushed it before I could even finish the sentence. But that was actually a pretty decent price motion. But we're looking at incredibly low volume here for an open, a market open. Yeah, we're still in the 800K mark. So you're going to see a lot of volatility from that. So it's going to go in slow-mo, potentially, although it's the start of the day. So it's going to be slow-mo compared to normal start of the days. But it should still be moderately quick. But you're going to see bigger greens and bigger reds, basically, because of the low volume. Yeah, GME is up 6%. But again, they go up pretty easy. Like any type of price motion, 2%, 3%, 7%, right? Like they have large percentages. Like they went down over 12% between close and open, and then a couple minutes in. Like that's, I can't read that, but that's a lot of percent. So that's 12% right there. Just an hour, let's say, before close and an hour after open. So 7 is not too big for them, just like 30 is big for us, but 5, 2, it's nothing. But it is good to see some health. You know, it's better than -8. Oh, and actually, Now it's starting to, so it shook that, and it did a technical breakout. Whether it continues is anyone's game. The volume is reducing. Dow's going up, S&P's going up. NASDAQ is holding. Germans, UK's hitting the gas pedal. Maybe. And we're hitting the gas pedal. And then, yeah, we just had a technical breakout here. That's good. So where's our next stop? Right about now, actually. So 9/11. 9/11. What would you do? So yeah, we're about to break out on that. So then we might actually haul ass to 27 or 41 once we get out of here. And if that's good, then we'll have a nice run all the way to 12. Well, I mean 1030 dip, right? But if we start off strong, then we might finally get at least the, if we don't take off like a rocket, we'll at least get the precursor day that starts us up the curve, and finally bring the beginning to the end of this really fucking long setup. But we need to see the Dow and the NASDAQ and everything green, because then that will be, and GME. So everything has to go green, and that's going to, finally stem the tide. And we will all cheer, and we'll rest easy. And this afternoon will be great. I don't want to count my chickens, but it's been 3 weeks overdue. 2 weeks overdue. I'm dying here on the inside. Good. Please, AMC, follow through. It's looking good so far. Just give it to me. Give it to me straight, doctor. Is Tugger gonna live? Unfortunately, Tugger has cancer. Well, I couldn't find cancer, so I found a man with cancer. Starts fighting him. Good times. I know. You can't jinx the market. Although it feels like you can, she don't care. Doesn't even know I exist. Won't return my calls. I'm like, hey, market. And the market's all like, new phone, who dis? New trading platform, who dis? Oh, we trade stocks every day at lunch. No reply. Scene. You're not going to get a squeeze, but you might get a bull run. It'd be really hard to get a squeeze after 2% gain yesterday and 3% gain now. That's not going to squeeze nobody. I got to buy more bonds, I need this squeeze to happen so I can move all my money out of stocks and put it into bonds and federal dispensary notes. Like that's hardcore. Let's get into 1% yield bonds. Lock me in for 30 years at 1%. Yeah, that's the ticket. Oh man. See how GME's doing. So GME's stuttering. Dow is plowing. Oof. So this is good. That's amazing. The Dow can do sharp lines like that, but that's one line. Yeah, that's a little hardcore. And the fact it's seeing no red. Ooh, what happened today? There must be some good news. Oh, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are coming in with their earnings. They found new oil. Oh, copper. Copper is going to be the new gold rush. Banks forecast a surge in copper demand, estimating it might go up by 6 times by 2030. Holy Christ. Yeah, I can see that. The problem with copper is if it gets too expensive, then people have to switch from copper piping in their house to plastic. So you could make a secondary play on that as well. Um, Copper also, if any war happens, copper is much needed for electronics and munitions. All right, so it looks like the market's just a little happy. So that's good. That might give us what we need. So, yeah. Let's not get too excited. Dow is just plowing. The Nasdaq and the S&P aren't showing it though. The Nasdaq was going pretty fucking hard yesterday, so this could be a little bit of retraction. Like they just look at that. They went like Nova. So, fuck that. And then the S&P is doing quite good actually. There's the retraction for the growth, so that's nice. It's almost 50%, but not quite, and then it came right back. Whereas the Nasdaq hasn't quite just touched 50%. So now you want to see the bounce back. Right. Yeah. Well, we'll see how this plays out. So hopefully we don't produce an S here. So we do have this, and we do have an S here, which predates our bull run. Now we could have an S here. So, and I shouldn't say hopefully we don't form one. Hopefully we don't form a red one. So we don't go red, green, red. I want to see red, now green, and then if we break the top, then we're off to the clouds. In Canada, we're still all copper. We have PEX, and a lot of new plumbers use PEX because PEX is cheaper. But copper is still the premium choice. PEX has its problems, mostly because of its internal diameter. But because of the cost of copper, we've already moved to PEX, right? But you're gonna see a wholesale. So whatever last remnants that use copper, and whatever regulations that need copper are going to switch over to wholesale plastic if copper goes up 6 times price, right? So there's still got to be some market. Obviously, copper's still sold at Home Depot. If it goes up 6 times the price, then it's barely going to be sold at Home Depot, right? But you're right. If you really wanted to capture PEX, you should have got it when it started. But I think there's still a power play there. At least you could even just bet on the commodity if you don't want to do the secondary bets. But yeah. Yeah, don't buy in right now because it's definitely catching falling knives. See how the volume's ramping up? So this is negative. That's a negative sign that the volume's ramping up. But as you saw here, this is a lot of volume, right? But no motion. So that means the buyers and the sellers are evenly matched. So this volume you can cut in half on the negativity. But this is pretty much all negativity. But you can see the size of the volume is low. 1.5, 1.15, 1.7, 3.2, and then the half and half, which isn't going anywhere, that's 8.7. So there's 4K sellers, let's say, and 4K buyers. But that shows the sellers are ramping up. Here's purely buyers at 3.4K. So the buyers are coming back swinging. So they figured that was the hesitation. And that was the point to buy. But we don't know yet. This could get completely destroyed. If it doesn't get destroyed, then your buy-in point is just over the 50% mark. So if this is the bottom, your buy-in point's right about now. So wait till it goes to the next tick. If the next tick goes up, then you can buy in. So you got 9 seconds. But I think someone's already trying to aggressive it. But I think you're going to see sellers kick this down. If we're lucky, they won't. Okay, now watch the next tick. Okay, so that would probably be a signal to buy. If it goes over 915, that's a definite buy. But we're waiting to see if there's any red. And right now it's stalling. So there is a bunch of red, we're just not seeing it. The buyers and the sellers are matched. So it's not moving. Holy crap. We are just frozen in spot. Yeah, it's the volume's low here. We're still evenly matched, just low volume. So are we going to see sellers? Are we going to see buyers? Who's going to win here? Come on. I'm going to throw up the DOM. You can take a look at it while we watch this war fight out. I don't see anything on the large buy scale here. Oh, you're talking about the motion upwards. Yeah, a little bit of delay. That wasn't too much energy. It was just they're not being resisted by sellers. This was, say, 8. This was 7. So 8 didn't move and 7 moved. And the difference is the sellers and the buyers aren't fighting. The buyers just took over. But that's a good sign. We've seen multiple times now that the buyers are just taking over. Here, the sellers took over, but look at the volume, right? So that means the buyers are in force and the buyers are in control, which is very good. That shows positivity. Whether that's going to hold, I don't know. But right now, that's very, very good sign. It's much better than yesterday where it's the sellers have free reign because nobody wants to touch the stock, right? And that is almost the worst case scenario. That's when you're circling the drain. Yeah. So we're halfway to... So we're not going to make a green S. We failed. See how it rolled? So we're not going to just surge up. Now we're running the risk of making a red S. So you take the 3 reds on the left there, to the left of this green. And if we manage to make to the bottom of this green, then we'll crash. So that's what we're heading into right now. Now hopefully it can turn it around. And then we'll have a mini S here. So we only have to get to here for a boost. And we only have to get to here to a boost. So if this turns around and we can get a green that's about this big, which isn't too hard, then we got our S right here. And then that will give us the power to get to here, which gives us the power to go somewhere else, right? But we need to see our buyers come back because right now they're just letting the sellers drive us down. Oof. What the hell? That was a huge buy and sell right there. That's 35K and it didn't even move. The fuck just happened? That was weird as fuck. Someone just took a huge buy. See how the market reacts to that. Yeah. Well, the volume couldn't be 774K just because the total volume right now is almost a million. If 1 minute was 700K, we should be well over a million now. We started at 300, right? But anyways, my volume numbers I know are not right. They're just kind of a ratio. But you can compare 2 against 30. So, that's 15 times bigger. Yeah, it's all good. I know you're on Fidelity, yeah. This one here is something, though. That's really weird, though. You'd figure normally when there's a drop of that much money, so that's 37,000 on my scale, and the one before it was 2,000. So there's a 15 times increase in money, and it didn't even move. Normally, if there's anything in play, that money hits the market so hard that no one has time to react. But it just completely stopped, and that's quite weird. Yeah. I wonder if that's a sell or a buy. Oh, like, was it going down and it got pushed up, or was it going up and got pushed down? Where the majority of that money is, I am curious. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nope, that's not what I want. Ah, fuck me. Sorry. There you go. Okay. So we're still seeing if we can get an S pattern here. See if that comes to be. At least we got some action here, so that's good. Beats having a bitching ass boring day. As per the usual lately. Okay. The sellers look, well, decently strong. They're 2 times the strength, almost 2 times the strength right now of the buyers. Now they're 3 times the strength. Now they're like 10 times the strength. Or, well, not even 10, let's say 5 times. So sellers are picking up. Now we're going to 950. So, or 955 is where we're headed to. We're at 950. So we're going to start seeing more negativity. The numbers on the right side of that paper trading DOM are going to increase. Now, will our buyers increase to counter? Or will we get height before that happens? That is the mystery that no one knows. GME has gone down a bit, and I'll flip to that in a second. Just looking at the watch list. NASDAQ, Dow, all of them are showing red and are not totally negative. Yeah, so GME is kind of leveled out. Let's get rid of the extended market. Dow's still going. S&P is starting to go. Well, it is going. It's just resting, and then it's going to take off. There's going to be a technical breakout right here, which is good. NASDAQ is flat. All right. Yeah, we might actually get our breakout. So we made a failed S here, but we're really trying hard to recover. So if we can get to here, this is our breakout. And potentially this is also a breakout line right here. We'll see. Difference of 2 cents, but that's good. It looks like we're headed that way. And there's your trending channel like that. And then if we draw a line from here, you got an inverted wedge. So this might be your power play. So put a stop loss here, buy now, and then put a profit taking here, or play it by ear and wait till it gets up here. So at worst you lose a few cents. At best you make a lot of money. Yeah, I'm just gonna set that out. That's 2% with a 0.5% stop loss. Let's try that. That might be a little aggressive, but let's just do that, and let's drag it to here. Wait till you see some green and then buy, but yeah, that'll be my play, my short-term play. Because now the falling knives, right? You avoided it. That large green is a ton of volume, so somebody knows something is up. Although that big fish that keeps buying and selling and making a mess of things, he's not very good. So he's buying at the wrong time and making a mess of things. So we can't really use huge spikes in volume as a trustworthy indicator if that guy's still around, because that guy sucks, whoever he is, or she, or them. I guess it could be a multi-faceted business, but they wouldn't have sucked that much if they were a business. But good times. Having a good time, having a good time. Yeah. Okay. Give Daddy a breakout. Break me off a piece of that lots of money bar. Let's see. Volume's still just pizzy. Dow's still soaring. S&P's soaring. Nasdaq's going into an S shape. It's looking good. It's looking positive. If we could just get the fucking volume. Holy crap. Come on, guys. Or collective guys. Put that pedal to the metal. Aye. There will be a dip at 10:30 almost always. Although if the volume's this low, it might be muted, right? It's like volume does create increased volatility, but if the volume's so low, nothing happens, so there's no volatility. Because no one's playing. Yeah. So we broke down. So we broke through the wedge basically and broke down. Okay. So is it going to counter? Oh, it's countering. That's good. Yeah. Wow. Unexpected. All right. That's good counter. That's way better than yesterday where it's like, oh yeah, we'll fight the Reds. Eh. And then it just collapses. 2 seconds of fighting. This is actually a pretty good pushback. So it basically stopped the whatever, inverted breakdown. Oh, look at that. It comes back swinging. Okay. So then there you go. That's nice. So now it broke the top of the channel. Now it broke the other line. So that's going to take off. That's 2 boosts. And here it goes. There it goes. Yeah. Well done. So see how that works? Ramping up volume. There's the boosts. Now it starts to show hesitation probably around now or the top of my green line. We're free of the gravity, or we're right on the edge of the gravity of these lines. There's probably other lines, which is probably what it's hitting right now. Let's go take a quick look. Yeah, it's hitting the floor of 930, which was from the 9th. Okay, so 930 is a floor here. Good. And then the next one after 930 is 45 or so. Boop. So there's hitting the ceiling. That's perfectly healthy. Is it going to go through? That's 1 hit. That's 2 hits. No, it's 28. That doesn't count. Well, I'm not wrong about the boosts. The boosts happen every time. That's easy to predict. That's a guaranteed, almost 100%. But the problem is the volume, right? If that volume didn't ramp up, we wouldn't have went anywhere. It's like, yay, we boosted with one person. That's 0.1 cubic meters of NOS, and the engine goes up 1 RPM. It's like, fuck that. That did come quick, though. That was... Yeah, I should have saw the... I wasn't paying attention to this top part. I was watching it go up, and I was like, okay, it's going to hit the line and get resistance, but the inverted bottom of the wedge would have given it, instead of breaking down, it breaks down in the upwards direction, right? So that I wasn't thinking that right off the hand. So basically it broke through this line, if you will, and then boost, 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 because they're nice and close to each other. Now it's resisting falling down because of this. And if we're lucky, we're going to make that nice S shape, and then that should get us through. Oh, that's not bad. And there's also a completed V here, or a really sloppy U. Yeah. You went shoulder to shoulder, and then instead of rolling, you blast it off. Not bad. So this is probably going to be a very positive day, because if support lines or resistant lines, as we're going through them, are not causing us to collapse on our weight, which yesterday was like the case and the day before, we're now got the power to move, which is a combination of probably GME doing well, the Dow's doing well. Now they're both slowing down, but they're still, you know, a million miles in the air. Let's see. So if we can get this baby up to 1920, oh, it gapped up to 1927 and then came back down. So this will be the next breakout point. So we just need some green to get us to here or better here. So I haven't sold this long position. I'm just going to adjust it. So I'll adjust it to the gravity well outside of this line. So we'll get a boost either here, like where it is right now, or here. We'll see that coming up next. If, of course, we don't go down, but let's be optimistic here. There we go. So that was the boost. We gapped up, and now we hit the line. The line gave us resistance. Now, are we going to go through? Are we going to do it? And looking at the DOM, we're evenly matched. Sellers are a little stronger at the moment. Oh. Dun, dun. Little hesitation. Sellers are taking over. And the buyers pushed right through with 1,400. Now we're still in the gravity well, so we're not out yet, but we're over the line. That's good. Ah, fuck it, we fell back. Okay, so when you fall back like that, there's usually a red takeover for half a second, but that was quick. That's good. So now is our next attempt to get over the line. We're over the line. Good. Now stay over the goddamn line. You can do it. Come on. Yep. Just hold for another 2 seconds. 2 seconds. There we go. So we gap down, but here, see there's a huge buy-in. We're going to blast off. Where are we? Yeah, we're right here. Yep. Okay, so now we're right on the edge of the gravity. Sellers are going to... So that sellers represent the gravity, if you will. There's a whole bunch of psychology behind this, but let's just pretend there's gravity. There's obviously no real gravity, but it's basically the idea that 930 was as high as it's going to be. So there's a psychological gravity to a certain line. So people sell because it's too high. It's time for profit taking. But once it passes a certain point, you're like, oh, we got to take profit at $9 and it's at 20. You're not thinking the same way, right? You're outside of the gravitational pull of that number because it's too far. Well, let's see where it goes now since it's at 20, right? Something like that. That's the psychology. But to simplify things, just think that there's gravity. I think the term in business is price. Oh, fuck. Why do I know these things and then I forget them just as I say them? There's a term about price fixing. Like, the prices have weights. So if like a $5 footlong, I expected it to be $5. So as I move away from it or under it, I see discount and value or cost. But meanwhile, that price is arbitrary. It doesn't cost them $5 to make a sub. They just made up that number. But there's a term for that, the expected price. And then when it's too high, you get price shock. In the case of stock trading, price shock is just, holy shit, it's too low, and I panic, or wow, it's so high, I better take profit before it turns around. But anyways, yeah, somebody might know the word, but there's a elasticity to prices. I want to say price sponge, but that's not the right term. Yeah, prices have like a spongy elasticity to them. Yeah. Oh, it is price elasticity. Okay. Sure. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a business guy, so please excuse my struggling with the terms. I'm just trying to raise the caliber of this show for you guys. But it's definitely not my strongest strength. No, not as good as my stock trading abilities or warfighting abilities. But that's a useless skill unless unless something happens, I guess. Need me to clear a room? Need me to free some hostages? Cool. But that doesn't really hold up to day to day. What am I looking for here? Windows. So I'm just putting the roof on the AMC theater here while we watch this thing go. So this is basically it bouncing off the line. So what we want to see now is we know it went up, couldn't go up, it bounced off the line. Cool. So if everything is continuing, everything's going normal, like we're still going up basically, then we're going to see the green retract right back to the line as fast as possible. If things go kind of worse, so we want to see this basically in the next 2 minutes. If things go worse, we're going to go into a U shape, but that's also going to be positive because we're at the corner piece. We're not here, and we'll be pulled up by the U shape. If things go, well, like it is right now, if we stay this low, as long as we don't go any further, then we have the potential to do a W. Okay, now that we've gone further, that's a problem. We need to have this pushed up. If this keeps going to here, then we're going to go into another pattern, probably bounce off of this bottom line, and then hopefully get a W, or we'll go under. But we're basically setting up the next 3 patterns, depending on where this guy lands, because the W is going to be 2 wide or 1 wide. So this could be the I don't know what the opposite of an apex is, but the opposite of an apex. The apici? No, that's the apex of a celestial body. Not that one either. Oh yeah. No, crypto is just it's gambling essentially, you know. You'll make money if you guess correctly. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's a long-term, ultra long-term hold. I'm pretty negative about it. Walmart, eh? Good call. Yeah, and so the idea of taking profits is that the price goes up too high. The stock is doing too well. So it needs time to cool down. So taking profits is a healthy part of the cycle of stock life. As much as everybody on Reddit that doesn't know what they're doing is like, no, you hold. No, you gotta scrape a little off the top. It's good for you. It's good for the stock. Everyone wins. Yeah, you could even actually look to Bitcoin for an example on that one. If no one takes profit, if the Bitcoin never reduces in price, then all of a sudden you're going to have a flash crash because it's so overdue for profit taking. It eventually just goes kapoof. So we're hoping this green's going to be a long one, and that'll be the start of the W if everything's going along to plan. If this is a small green, then we have at least a next 2 minutes we have a chance to do a U shape. If we don't get a U shape in the next 2 minutes, then that's the start of a reversal, and it's time to GTFO, at least in the short term. Which would suck because we were doing so good. Life was great. We had dreams and hopes. And we didn't let our dreams be dreams. So it looks like we are trying a W. A really, really shitty W. W's generally don't have an upper middle, which ours does. But we can kind of extrapolate that this would have kept going with energy. And this was a result of that energy. So we could just, extrapolate that this kind of went here psychologically. And that here's the follow-up. So now we're going to see the follow-up here. And then that will get us to about here. Right? We'll see. Which is why this pays to stare at the stock, because you can feel the stock and you can understand it. Versus if you were just trying to read the chart, you wouldn't see any of this. Because it's all hidden, unless you're looking at like seconds charts or something like that. So this isn't good. We're not getting enough height to keep going. We need to get up to 25 or higher. Yeah, there's a big increase in volume, which could be this guy getting tired. Don't know yet. I don't think the market knows either. Let's see what's going on the broader. Big sell-off? Big sell-off. That's what's doing it to us. GME is basically plummeting, so it's artificially depressing us, see? Yeah, that's what's doing it. Okay, so if that's the case, we should be going up, but we're getting artificially pulled down, and we were in the curve of the U shape. We hit the 50% mark of the U shape, and then we broke down under the pressures of GME. Now that's not bad, because we haven't gone under these black lines, so we're just being pushed down. As soon as that lifts, we'll spring back. So that's good. And we're early in the day, so we still got till 10:30 to get some height before the dip happens. Yeah, GME is definitely weighing us down. The Dow is going sideways, which isn't helping, but it's not, it's not that bad. Yeah. Yeah, when things don't line up like they should, it's usually something's changed. Well, it's almost always something changed. So if you expect it to go up and you're not, it's bad news. A sister stock is having a stroke. Who knows, right? Could be anything. But in this case, it looks like GME is not having a good time. Yeah, see? They had a good spike, but now they're pretty much... So this will be their point of breakdown. And then this is where they would have started to gap down. So they struggled, they bounced, then they hit this, and then they gapped, tried, they're still within the gravitational pull, tried, fuck that, boom, boom, boom. And this is probably going to go until, oh yeah, so there might be bouncing off of this line is what they're doing right now, but then it'll be big red to probably here. And then this is all free fall till here, right? So unless they turn this around in like the next 2 minutes with a massive green and then complete a U shape or a chalice or like this kind of shape, they could do that. They look like they're gonna go. AMC is going into a wedge. So whenever you have indecision, right, you have a wedge or a pennant. So if we extend this up, right, and then we take this and we do this, which is right. If we got back to these lines, right, these lines that I had drawn a second ago, then we'll have a technical breakdown. If we basically get any energy to get over this 25, 22, and this guy here, then we'll have a boost, which will look like a breakout. And then if we get up here, we're going to fly. So hopefully the boost will get us to this point. So, and then that also plays into the U shape, right? So, because technically a pennant, depending on how it's shaped, is kind of a U. There's a U in there. Usually a half a U, right? It depends on how big the pennant is, but there's usually it's a raising bottom, declining top. So you might have an actual pure pennant, or you might have a big drop in the beginning and then a flat part from the indecision, and then that creates the base of the U. But all of these different patterns are all saying the same thing, right? They're all showing the same psychology. They're just showing different parts of the same mentality, and that's why they overlap, and that's why you see them inside each other, because they're describing a portion of the psychology. So the good thing is you can add them all together, and then you can say, oh, okay, there's hesitation, there's price elasticity, there's fear, there's desire, sentiment, and you can paint a picture with that. So now we're getting to the dangerous drop-off point. GME is also still going, so they're pretty much right on the edge as well, and they really need to fuck right off. So hopefully the Dow just hits the gas, and that counteracts the fall that's about to happen with GME. Fuck it, we're getting close. We need to really just stall, get some height before 10:30. We don't want to lose this. We had a nice run. Want to keep that, especially if you get back to here and we lose this person, he's going to turn into a red. So this is going to, like 904 is going to be like bam, unless he doubles down, or them. So yeah, a U shape, my U shape is essentially a cup, and a U shape that fails is a cup and handle, if you're using those terminologies. But a U shape does not have to fail, but usually where the handle part is going to be where it makes a decision. It makes a decision at the 50%, the 100%, and the 10, 30, not even 30%, let's say 10%. So we just broke down, which sucks, but whenever you break out of a wedge, you have at least like 1 or 2 minute chance to get back in, depending on the velocity, which today is pretty low, so we may even have a few minutes. Because, yep, so don't write it off immediately. You always still have a chance. Yeah, look at the buyers. You can see on the DOM, the buyers are pushing it. So they're getting us back into the channel. Now, is this line going to give them any trouble? Nope. Good. They're over the first line. Now the second line, which is 917. Get us back in. Yeah, it looks like we're going right in. Good. So now we're back in the channel, or back inside the pennant. The sellers are going to try to push us back out. Fuck them. Now we're hitting the gas again. Push them back. Now the good news is we're getting to the tip. So this wedge. So we should see, if we get any type of upwards price action, we should see a little bit of the gas if we get to the top. Son of a bitch, we gotta stay up. We're so close. Come on, quit collapsing. Just gotta hold 3 cents up and this damn thing will turn around. Come on. We want to be over 9, well, at least over 916 for sure. We want to be at 917. We won't be able to take off until we're at 917. But 916 is the number to stop us from falling. That's the line, the holding line. Then 917 is we're above the holding line, we can launch. Yeah, the sellers are dumping again. Come on, push buyers, push. Deliver that baby. Deliver this turd. Oh shit, so close. We're right into the corner now. Come on. I need a new pair of shoes. I gotta pay for grandma's heart medication. Fuck. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna redraw this. Hopefully it doesn't collapse before then. I'm gonna give it some citrus, because that always helps. And I'm just gonna draw this properly. That's why. Look at how close we are. Oof. Okay, and then this one is here and here, but I want a straight line. Yeah, so we're right at the apex. Ooh, let's see what happens. Actually, you know what? Probably should just add a few more lemons. Just things are getting serious. There we go. Shit. Looks like it's breaking down. Okay, we still have a minute to push us back in channel. Push. Push. Oh. The price number doesn't really matter. What matters is what's going on in the charts. At least today there's motion, there's action, there's, you know, the thrill of the hunt. Even if the volume is still pretty piss. Yeah, we're at 11 million right now, so we're basically as slow as yesterday. But we're getting more price motion. Sweet. Excuse me. Oh, indigestion, Pepto-Bismol. Successful jingle. So this is kind of interesting. So basically we broke out, but because we pushed back hard with that previous green, we're essentially using that line as support to stop this red from going down. So there's probably a longer support line somewhere else, which is what initially tipped this off to stop. But actually we could just, yeah, 911, right? 911 I told you earlier was a support line back at the 9th of this month, right? So that's what this is. So it's coming down on this technical, this short-term technical, and it's hitting the long-term support line here, which turned it around. And now the combination of the two turned this red around, which is the breakdown. And now it's pushing slowly up. So we completed the wedge. So now we're kind of free. but we still have the gravity of this line right here basically causing us, or well, resisting us, and then it's going to cause us trouble when we try to escape. But the one nice thing about AMC stock, though, is you haven't seen the stock go into like a hardcore price lock. Like we kind of had that a while ago at 5.5 and 860, 850. But a lot of stocks, especially the old ones, they tend to get in these channels and they can't get out of them. And so they just trade for months at a time between two alternating points. And luckily we don't have that here. So even though we're stuck in a channel right now, between the red line and the black line, it's not going to last for a month. Hell, it's probably not even going to last for a few minutes, right? So that's one nice thing. We don't have to show up every day going, oh, fuck me, it's still 9. It's going to be, fuck me, it's 5, or fuck me, it's 20. So we have that to look forward to. So now we get about 3 tries to get through a line. So there was the 1, and I presume 2 and 3 because it's stalled. And we boosted through the line, so that's good. Now we're looking to get probably 22 cents to get free of the gravitational well. And then this will form the U shape that was going to happen here, right here, right? If it can connect with it, then it will boost along that line. So let's see. Because you can also, on a more medium scale, so we had a wedge, right? But on a more medium scale, we had a U shape that failed at the middle, which happens. But maybe it didn't fail, right? Maybe it just had a temporary depression, right? Which happened because of what the wedge technicals. And now it's trying to go back to the U shape. We don't know. We're only trying to discover what is actually happening with the market. But if the market shows us the first couple of steps, then it will likely complete the motion, and that's where patterns come into play. If it starts down that road, it usually keeps going unless something changes. So we're going to try that out. We definitely had a wedge there with 2 breakdowns. And it's possible I drew that U shape wrong. So it's not 100%. So we'll see. We're going to see it go up, and you'll see that it'll boost, it'll grab onto something invisibly, and then we can readjust our U shape. At least we're getting some nice technicals for you guys today. My channel's finally paying off. Okay, so now we're also starting a new wedge, but hopefully we just break out. You can draw wedges all over the place, but some of them are so fucking small, it really doesn't matter. Like, what's a wedge that's 4 minutes long? Just don't get too technical. A waste of your time. You can average, you can summarize. Yeah. All right. So we're still trucking along here. Okay, let's go take a look at the larger market. GME finished its crash, so that helped. So GME's really given us the wet blanket, right? And then they just let off the negativity for a second, and that's helped us escape this crash. If not, if GME amplified, we probably would have broken down through these lemons. But the combination of the two saved our ass. The Dow's not helping any. It probably did help at that period of time, but 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, see? And then GME, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes ago started to turn around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See? I mean, if you're not very good at visualizing, you can just count. But yeah, right now we're hugging the gravitational well of this red line. We're going to need a little bit of a push, which we might just have got right here. These are tight, really close together, so we'll just boost, and then maybe that will get us to wherever the hell this line is. Maybe it's here. Just keep readjusting it. We'll see. I don't know. Yep, it's all about the lemons. There's money in the market, you just need to know where to squeeze. Or how to squeeze. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so there's your boost, right? And now it's probably grabbing the invisible line that was where I originally drew it. Now let's see. It should go up, show hesitation when it goes over the line. Shouldn't see red until it's over the line. Yeah, see, look at the boost in volume. Yeah. Just while we're watching this. So if you didn't have an x-axis on this chart, right? All you would see is red and green and an internal tug of war. So when you see shapes like this or like this, what it's telling you is that, let's say it's going this way or this way, the buyers are winning. Green is winning, but it's winning quicker over time or slower over time, right? So you can see this as a tug of war over time, taking slices or snapshots. So here, because we've been in the dirt, it's the time for the buyers, right? So a U shape is basically the buyers getting stronger and stronger and stronger as they push towards red, or red is just letting off the gas. Either way, but that's also backed up by volume. But keep that in mind when you're trying to detect the mentality. This is essentially just green pushing forwards. But because it's doing it over time, that gives us our U shape. So if we are winning, if we're coming out of this funk and launching an offensive, if you will, you don't want to see reds too early, because that means you're not gaining steam. You've completely stopped, or red has completely counterattacked, and you don't want that. And so in a U shape, if you go too fast, you'll see reds because you push too far into enemy territory, so you get pushed back. And that of course forms your U shape, right? You're going too far up, which is making a V shape, come back, U shape, and so forth, right? So anyways, just keep that in mind. It's something I have to keep reminding myself, because that helps you understand the shapes. You're not getting lost in this isn't a left to right. The stock looks like it's going left to right, but really isn't. If you look at it as a top down, it's going up and down. It's just up and down over time. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. It'll help you visualize and understand. So here we got a mini U shape. But this is going to be where we want to get over, and same with this one. So we're going to need to see Z volume. So if this is the mini U, we may have a breakdown because this is the corner, and that might have been what we just saw right there. And this, I would say, is probably the distance of the gravitational well as well of this line. Yeah. We're definitely having some problems at 23. Short term. But that's going to stutter us, and that's probably going to give us our U shape versus a straight rocket to the Mars. Let's see how that plays out. Anyways. Oh, we could hit 950. Don't need miracles, you just need the stock to play along. We're going to hit 30 at some point. It's just a matter of if the stock will play along and get us there soon, or a gazillion years from now. I prefer soon because I got things to pay for like rent and food. I'm running out of. I ran out of liquids. I need this stock to go green. I'm drinking tap water. Can't do it. It's getting dark. Got the black lungs. Yep. But you have to be disciplined and not spend your principal. So I need this stock to hit 14 and recover a little so I can afford luxuries in life. Yeah, sooner would be better. If you, hi, if you could just get on that and Moon, that would, that'd be great. So, yeah, thanks. Yeah, we can't force the market. You'll go nuts if you think you can. But then, just like yelling at your favorite horse, it doesn't make a difference, but it makes you feel better. So, go for it. So that was us struggling at the line, but that doesn't look like it was a breakdown because of time. Like, it took too long, we fell on our sword deal. This looked like basically just a bounce. And the volume says that the buyers are still there. That's good. Oh, shit, sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the time. So we're actually in the dip right now, too. Oh, man, I got so caught up looking at this, I lost track of the time. So that's actually pretty good. We resisted the dip. And so did, yeah, so so did they at the Dow. And yeah, so the dip came a little early, about 10 minutes early today. So I'd give it another 10 minutes just to be clear. If there's not some delayed action. But that's a very good sign. If this doesn't go, more than 50%, then we're about to fly off the handles. Yeah, so they had the proper dip. S&P had the proper dip, right? The Dow delayed. They tried to, but the buyers were strong. And it's GME, same thing. They hit their fatal point and turned around. Yeah, see how the volume just spiked and didn't move? The sellers and the buyers are fighting. That's good. At least there's some action. Now, if the sellers could just fuck off, that would be great. Just go die. Die a horrible death. Nobody wants you here. Yeah. I love how when it comes to stock trading, everybody wants to buy stuff, right? Really, you should be, I want more shares. Forget the truck. The truck just depreciates. You want more shares, more and more and more, and then those shares make shares, and those shares make shares, and eventually you have so many shares you don't know what to do with, and then the shares just start printing shares. Disregard consumption. What is it? Disregard consumption, embrace shares. Fractional ownership. That's it. Disregard consumption, embrace fractional ownership. There you go. Yeah, that's it. I want more and more. Exactly. That's a very human trait. More means safe because you have more when things go wrong. You have more to survive the winter. You have more to trade with, right? It's very human. So, bouncing off that line. So let's see how everybody else is doing. GME is okay. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of weakness just because 10:30 didn't really happen. So that's why I said give it 10 minutes because that's great, but that's not right. That's a little too something's wrong, right? Just like here, they had their dip, but their dip was a millisecond. Here, they had their dip, but again, it's too small. So just give it a few seconds to tell you. So the market basically said you were wrong. You didn't give me the proper dip. Fuck you. It went down. S&P, same thing. Dow is resisting, but the Dow's also been doing really strong right now. GME is showing no weakness. They're stalling. They're going slow. Momentum stalling, but they're not showing any weakness. And we're bouncing off of floor. So we should be seeing the positivity start to pile up, especially if this turns into an S shape. It's going to blast off. Actually, we'll just watch that because that's going to be the kicker, I believe. See how that works out. Do 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 do. On a rocket ship, something to Mars. Now you're gonna have that song stuck in your head, and I do not apologize because it's a good one. Okay, that's taking forever. Probably gonna take another 5 minutes. Ooh, GME is going for round 2 seconds. So they made part 1 of a chalice, and then they made a U shape. So look at all these phallic symbols. So right here is their U shape. So instead of curving, they broke out. So that's a U. That's completed. There's a larger U shape right here. And so that one is going to be here or the top of this cup. It's going to be its breakout. So we'll probably see wiggle, 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 just so it lines up kind of nicer. And then you'll have a breakout here. Or if it goes straight up, your breakout's here. Dow's fixing itself, so we should be actually starting to see some green. Volume's picking up. Come on, complete that S. Go right up. Yep, right up to 923. And then we'll have a rocket propelled to 926 or so. So 3 cents rocket. Market goes blood red. Conspirators. Yeah, if the SEC sees us. Sorry, I'm just typing an email. So they're thinking Apple is going to kill the Swiss luxury watch industry. Well, it's already been killing the watch industry. But then they said that last time when digital clocks came out. Because who the hell cares? Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the stock. I was typing an email. I got side things I have to do. So that's good. So we got, most likely I missed it, but I'm guessing we boosted. Then we got to the 26 right here. Then we got over it, so we boosted. And so here we are. We completed the a W shape. So we ended up, we didn't get the W here or wherever it was earlier. And now we got a new W between this lemon and this lemon. See it? So, oh, I think that, oh, the W is here, right? So we didn't get a W partly because the middle was too high. So it's hard for us, right? That was that. So now, again, same thing from earlier. We can extend this up, right? And then we got ourselves a U shape. So that's good. But again, like, it's not like this U shape is going to happen. It's now happening. But we need the factors, which is GME's doing okay, the Dow's doing okay. That's what kicks us off, right? Once we get to the shoulder, which is about 932, our short-term technicals will override whatever the Dow or GME is doing. Then we go back to being moved by the macro technicals until our short-term takes over again. And that's kind of the how the technical analysis goes back and forth. Because if we just keep drawing U's everywhere, it's not going to happen. It's just, once it starts to happen, then we can catch on, right? So anyways, and if the stock is positive, eventually all of these things will happen given a long enough time frame, right? We will break $10 again, given a long enough time frame. So you can make predictions like that too. They're kind of stupid because obviously when we go up to $10, we'll be going up. Thanks, Tips. That was breakthrough analysis, you know. But you can say stupid shit like that if you want to sound cool. We'll make money when things go better. Yeah, that's generally how it fucking works. Yeah. So anyways, it's all good. We'll all be diamond-handed rewarded in time. In time. Time might just be a while. All right. Oh, happy to announce that AMC Theaters has a completed roof. Hooray! Finally got all the roof up. All right, so let's keep this going. So I think in about 5 minutes. So you see how like we didn't get the dip at 10:30, so we kind of did our dip at 10:39. But the combination of it, our dip's in here somewhere. So that's a really good sign. The buyers basically nullified the dip. And so they're going to just fucking blast. And that's the Dow. So that's our lower water level is going to rise rapidly. So we're going to be on this kind of slope until the Dow slows down. And then our short term will either make us go higher, slightly lower, but you'll need a lot of energy to go low because the water level's constantly rising. So you'll need, let's say, double the amount of negativity to break through versus if the Dow was going down, you need double the positivity just to stop it from going down, right? So keep that in mind. Macro, micro, and all that jazz. So that's good. We're going into an S shape. And technically we completed an S shape right here as well, which would have given us the boost. So you can see it right here. It's getting a little messy here, but there's the S shape, and that's very positive. And then here you got the S shape, and it's about to break out at 9:30. So that is one of the most positive shapes. And yeah, so green, a tiny retraction, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and then a breakout to the top or higher. And then basically that's power in. The sellers try to take over but are unable to exceed the 50% or unable to bring it down. Then they're all burned out. Then the buyers come back, and then they have a technical breakout, which then gives them a boost, and then that kicks them off. And like Mario Kart, you get a boost and move up in the rankings. So that should have boosted. But let me erase this shit because I can't see. So that should have boosted. And why did it not? Okay, well it is now. Oh, that's why. It probably got hung up on this red here. And it got hung up on this. So these are previous highs, if you will. So that gave us just a little bit of it boosted, but just couldn't get through. There was a support line here, which is almost always the case. And see it bounce down? So it's almost always a case when you're expecting something to go and it doesn't. It's because it slammed into a brick wall you didn't know that existed or haven't marked. So here it should have boosted here. It got over it, and then it came back, which is here, and then it really came back, and that's basically telling you it bounced. But here you go, increased volume, everything's good, you completed the S shape. So now once we're free of the gravitational well, which is probably 34, 35, which is incidentally the same time we're about to get a boost, we're off to the races. And then this looks like the very familiar bull run curve, which happens to look like, oh shit, the U shape. Dun dun dun. Once again, I'd like to reiterate, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. Almost. All right. It's good. At least now it's a much more positive day. But actually, before I get too excited and happy, oh, that's GME. That was the wrong one. Yeah, there we go. If the Dow looked like that, we'd be in trouble. That's better. I was like, it should have taken off too. There's its S. So this is kind of a shitty curve, but it still has to get above this technically before it can be free. So right now it's basically, it's taking off, but it's stuck in a gravitational pull that's going to try to bring it down. But it's just going to mute the greens and elongate the reds. So if you know that, and it keeps doing this, and the reds get smaller, the reds should be bigger with less power. So if the reds are small, it means they have either, it means they have no power, right? So, and if the greens are small, it could mean that you still have a good amount of buyers, but again, they're having a harder time, right? So you have to keep that in mind. You didn't suddenly get more okay, I shouldn't say that. It's not like you suddenly got more sellers and you suddenly got less buyers, but actually that's what's happening. So the reds are getting elongated because there's more selling pressure, which generally means there's more sellers. But the psychology of it is that there's a gravitational pull to a price point, right? Which I talked about earlier in this stream. So yeah, it's not right to say that you're not getting more sellers or more buyers. But the idea to take away from this is that you're not getting more conviction to sell. You're just there's more technical reasons for you to sell at that point or buy less. And so the strength shows the difference. The chart shows the difference. But it's nothing to worry about, right? Like this, it looks heavy, but it takes less people because of the gravitational pull. Because you have all the people that are selling based on technicals, you have all the people that are profit taking, all the people that are being pulled down by the line, and then you have what we generally refer to as sellers. The people that are, paper-handed, the people that want to get out, the people that are selling for quick profit. So there's the macro pile and then there's the micro pile. And the macro pile, as you get closer to real lines, they will push you towards them or pull you back towards them. And that's the macro pile that you don't generally worry about, but just be in mind that they're there. It's the short-term people that really cause you the most trouble. They're the ones that are throwing the price around, breaking you out of technicals, giving you those runs, right? So those are the ones you got to pay attention to or care about. But you should know the whole picture, and that way you'll make a proper choices and decisions and all that. And since we're a learning channel, when I get reminded, I'll just keep explaining it or reminding you. Yeah, so good here. So we didn't escape. So this is just a bounce back. The Dow is continuing, and GME is going to break out if they go up to 55.82. So we're about to probably take off as well. So with this, there shouldn't be any real negativity. But if there was, then we need to start to worry when it hits the 50% mark. 38.2 or 25 is a healthy retraction. So things aren't bad yet until it gets past these lines. Now, seeing how GME is going up and the Dow is going sideways, we shouldn't penetrate these lines. So if we do penetrate these lines, something is wrong. My analysis is off, something happened, whatever. But the general market ebb and flow is all gaining water. So if all of the people that play AMC just fucked right off, we'd be matching the combination between the Dow, GME, and probably some other stocks. And the more we don't look like them, that's our people, right? So that's what you can use to judge if things are going the way they're supposed to go or not. And right now it looks like we are just following the general market, which is good. That means things are predictable and we're not going crazy. People are not afraid of our stock. We're not having a sell-off. There's no panic. Blah, 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 blah. And our volume will reflect that, right? Our volume's 15 million now. So our volume's still piss low. And the lower your volume is, generally you're more affected by the market. As long as your stock is exposed in the market, like if you have a penny stock that no one cares about, it probably will not move with the market because nobody gives a crap about it. But AMC is in a ton of portfolios, so we move with the market, right? GME doesn't really move with the market because I'm sure it's in nobody's portfolio. It was a giant turd. So the only people that are hopped up on GME, are people that got in recently, right? Or short sellers, I guess. But AMC is a great long-term play. Everyone knows it. It's just a matter of when, not if, and that's the big kicker. Oi. So, anyways, here we are, Suicide Watch, day 3. Patients looking a little healthier today. The suicidal tendencies have died down. Maybe the medication's working. Yeah. Oh, it'd be nice to see a monster buy order. We had, talking about monster buy orders, I still love the fact we were all here for, I'll eventually have to do a highlights reel, but that day that someone dropped like $10 million in 1 minute, holy Christ. It was when we were fighting that robot. They were basically just dumping money against the robot. And it's like, okay, here's 5,000, 100,000. 200,000, another 500,000, another 500,000, and the robot just keeps holding it. Then it's like 10 million. Robot breaks. And you can see the robot just trying its hardest, but the volume's so high, and it was just ramping up on the buy and sells. So the robot just kept throwing more and more and more and more, and the buyers threw more, and it was insane. I haven't seen that in a while. That was hilarious and impressive. That was one hell of a fight. Who the hell has $10 million just laying around? Like, oh. And to do a last minute snipe. But it's Reddit fueled for sure. But that was something. And unexpected, since we spent the whole day watching it at 14, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Bernie Sanders with a steel chair. Excellent. So we broke out, but again, gravity, so don't get too excited. So if we get pulled back to the line, that's good. If we stay over the line, that's much better. If we go under the line, that sucks. So there's 15 seconds left. So this here gives you your little countdown timer. This chart doesn't always line up with the timer, but you can generally do that. So we are pushing through, and we're right at the gravitational edge, and I think we're through now. Let's see. It's hard to tell. We're not going anywhere. I think we're free. So I think it's safe to put another bet. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're free now. Look at that volume change. Look at that breakout. Is it happening with GME? GME as well? Dow, not so much. Okay, it looks like someone's just stepping on the gas, dumping in the monies. Good stuff. Okay, a little bit of hesitation. Now where I'm going to have to go back and draw some lines because we are heading to $10 and I need to see, get rid of this. I need to see where we are. Okay, so we just busted through 931. So we're in the bottom pits. So the next major is 1002. And we know that this guy, 978, was a pain in the ass as well. So we've just completed the U shape here, see? So that's probably where we got our boost. So we're doing good. And then basically we hung up, we found the edge, and that's probably what gave us our last boosts from 1030 upwards. So we're looking at it like, okay, here's the shapes, you know, it's showing positivity. But you realize I didn't tell you why it's going up, right? Because I didn't know. I could just see that it wants to go up because I'm seeing one pattern telling me that there's something up, and that's the S shapes. But if we go back, that's the reason why right here. See, there's a U. So we magically found the edge of the U, right? We were too low, and then we hit it. And once we hit it, we basically go up the side. And that's what we're doing right now. And now that we're coming up to the edge, there'll be a little hesitation. But once we break through, then we're going to clear this guy. And then we'll go up to 978. These guys will give us a little trouble, which is kind of where we are. So we'll have a little bit of hesitation here. But I think we're going up to at least 978 in the next... by 12 o'clock, next hour. If we don't do that even faster. Yeah. So, long story or macro story here. If this goes to 978, then this is likely the beginning of the end for this fucking piece of shit. So we would have made a chalice shape like this. And then, fucking finally, we're going to be doing this. We're going to finally go the opposite direction. Especially if we can get to 1002. If we go to 1002, we might get pulled back down because it's too much too quick. But at least when we get pulled down, we'll be pulled back into the nines. And then that will give us the floor to go and finally be free. Then once we're free of this, we'll be in the 11s, and we'll do basically the next same thing for the 14s. So we were supposed to have a U shape here, but we dipped down. So now I think we're just starting the wall to get us to 11. Then we'll have to do an 11 to 12, 12 to 13, 13 to 14. And finally, fucking starting to look good now. Ah, yeah, look at it go. All right, we'll let this play out. I'm actually going to grab some food. Look at that, eh? Like fucking clockwork. Good stuff. And GME, yeah, see it completed its U shape. Oh, that's the 5-minute chart. It completed its U shape. And so we did have a breakout here, right where I drew it. And then it got pulled in by the gravity, bounced down, and then it broke out a minute later. So it did both. Why not both? But you see the results of a breakout, right? So actually that one's good because it did the I went up too fast, bounced. So it did the good one. Then it did the conservative one. So off it goes, right? Beautiful. Okay, that is excellent. Today's a good day for technicals. All right, so this is going to continue to keep gassing. So that's good. Again, just watch this break the line. It'll boost, whatever. If we fall into here, we may go into a pennant shape. I'll see when I come back from food, but I think we're still positive. We don't want to see a turnaround on the Dow. S&P and the NASDAQ and the S&P are not doing so good. The Dow is treading, so maybe we're running out of time, but it is 11 o'clock. We're going up to 12, which is a little bit slower, but that's a little bit of concern. Our rush party might be over soon, which means as soon as this again starts going down, we'll start seeing longer reds. This is fine. This is healthy. This is right. So there's your Gantt box. So you just don't want it. Well, actually, let's put it here. So you want to avoid the halfway mark, which is where it touched. It hit the halfway mark and then it went back to 618 because it doesn't want to be at the halfway mark either. So then this is going to push to probably the 75 or the 25, whichever way you have the chart. Then it'll show hesitation or it will complete. There's hesitation. But anyways, I love this chart. It's a quick way to show the common retraction numbers when you have something like this. So right now, it'll either go back to 7.5 or go up to 0. So it has to make up its mind. It's got 10 seconds. 7 seconds. And it just froze. Okay, then we should see it in... Oh, it did go down, see? The last fucking second. Anyways, so you see that one's pretty cool. And I don't know why these numbers, but it's essentially humans work on threes. So you take a half and you divide it up in both directions. And anyways, I'm going to get some food and you guys enjoy the ride. It's good to see some fucking green. We're at 10% today, so that might also kick off. Now people are paying attention to the stock. They might come in, start making better buys. We're not seeing the volume go up yet, but there's still hope. Still hope. Yep. Oh yeah, no, there's no point in selling now. We're on the upswing now. All right. I'm going to try baking a carrot. I don't know how that's going to turn out. It'll be interesting. To answer the chat there, the day traders usually get out at the end of the day. People going to lunch get out at around 12, just before 12. If you're going to do profit taking, then it is also just before 12, like right now. You might see some profit taking depending on how the stock is. But those people may come back. They're just taking the profit and then they're going to go to lunch kind of deal. So it's nothing negative. It's just keep in mind, there's people at play, right? There's certain motions. So especially if you're playing really tight channels, just keep that in mind, because then you don't get knocked out by the natural ebb and flow of the waters. Yep. We'll eventually get over the line. It's going to be a minute or two. Well, not a minute or two. It might be an hour. But normally this time before 12, like we're just starting 11 o'clock, we should have a more buying power. But we hit that ceiling pretty hard. So perhaps that's this is just a bounce. Gotta get our bearings. Then we'll go right back at it. Yeah, which is what it's looking like it's going to do. I'll keep the channel alive. So if we all get stinking rich, I'll keep the channel alive, but I probably won't be doing a daily day trade. Oh, excuse me. I just drank something down the air pipe. Oh, that feels good. Excuse me. But yeah, I'll probably be out enjoying my money if I don't kill myself with liquids before then. Yep. I know what I'm doing, but it almost looks like I know what I'm doing. That's the key differential. It's a matter of you guys having confidence in me. I'm not going to make every I'm not going to make every winning trade all the time. Nobody does. But it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not flying blind. It's just the game's not easy. There, that's a better way to explain it. It's not an easy game. Yeah. Just like professional soccer ball players or whatever, right? They know what they're doing, 110%, but they still don't win every single game, right? You still actually have to fucking fight it. Yeah. Anyways, 'tis the game. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do is trade stocks. Outside of playing video games. Or going for long walks on the beach. Actually, I don't like the beach. Long walks in the woods. My hatchet. And my tarp. Cue axe murderer music. Or just... I haven't even looked at mine. I'm... God knows where I am. I got 60,000 in at $14, so you can do the math. But there's no point looking at it, right? It's like there's nothing I can do, and I'm not going to hit the sell button. So don't look at the pain. Just let it ride. And then just double down or dollar cost average if you can. But since right now stocks are my only source of income, I'm a little bit stuck. So we're just traveling between 618 and 0.75. Oh, the squirrels are fighting outside. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. So just had to deal with a squirrel fight, and I might as well pick up my baked potato. That's going to be lunch today. Quick, easy. Just toss her in the oven. Smuggler Notch. Oh, that's okay. Catching up here on the chat. So yeah, it looks like you can see on the S&P, Nasdaq, Dow, they're all kind of teetering down for lunch. So they're a little early, but I wasn't able to. So what's happening here is that you're going to have a breakout when it hits this line, but there's also resistance. So this is the 1, that's the 2, and the next time will be the 3 or the breakdown. They essentially completed a W. So this is a big decision point, whether or not they're going to go or not go. And they chose go. So off they go. And they just have to get a little bit of distance and off they go. So same thing with us. We'll complete a W at 972. That should give us a bit of a boost, which is right now. And that'll give us a boost up to maybe 977. And then hopefully we got the energy to punch out. So there's your boost. 3-cent boost. But it's not holding. But there's your completed W shape. Oh, and the baked carrot that I just tried didn't come out too bad. It basically tastes like carrots you'd find in a pot pie or something, right? It's a weird taste because you don't have all the moisture from boiling. So, yeah, it's not bad. You are correct. Anything that has starches or sugars, when you bake them or apply heat, they go into a state of the sugar. So carbohydrates have long chains or short chains. The shorter they are, the sweeter they are. Pure sugar, glucose, fructose, and that they're tiny, right? And those are the worst for you, but that's the ones we most desire because they're the most energy, or most easily available energy, right? So the body craves it. Anyways, but so when you do apply heat to things, it breaks those chains down and thus makes them taste better. Especially hard root vegetables, it breaks down their cellular walls and actually makes them edible. Good luck eating a turnip or a beet straight out of the ground. Maybe the original carrot was probably just as bad. But anyways, hello Zeus. But yeah, I just never baked a carrot, like just threw a carrot in an oven. And I'm like, you know what? If I'm doing that to a potato, or what happens with the carrot? And it comes out, yeah, it gets that stew taste versus the boiled carrot taste or the microwaved carrot taste. So, yeah. Oh, I put it in for an extra few minutes because I could still not bite through it. But it was interesting. So there you can see there's an S. It's not a good S, but it is an S. So here we go up to the edge. We don't quite do it and we get pushed down. We bounce kind of down, if you will, or we fall because we got resisted. But we come back with strength. So the mentality of the S is still there, even if the S isn't really quite there. So that's a good sign for continuation on an upwards. So that plays into then what I was saying about 2 minutes ago. We might have the strength to break out. We didn't really get a boost. Like we did get a boost, but it got shot down. So you don't get a boost a second time for the exact same thing. So now we're gonna have to try to get through this stupid line. Once we're free of it, gravitational pull, we'll be able to go, and we'll get pulled towards this black line as well because it has gravity. But we have to first get free. And the Dow's going sideways. GME is doing good. They managed to gap up, but they're struggling. NASDAQ and the S&P have decided to go normal, so has the Dow. So this should stop. Although I don't know about GME. I really don't know what sister stocks affect GME. I haven't done the research or looked into it, so but I know they don't follow the Dow or the S&P greatly. If much. We do though. We're definitely tied to the Dow. So we should start to see this turn around and give us green. And 0.75 is a support line on this retraction. So we should see it. And incidentally, it looks like my chart is actually set up properly. So you see how you get a reversal, reversal, reversal. Nope, my chart's not right. Hold on. About there. Almost there. Somewhere around here. But you can see there's a pattern in each of these, right? It's not quite right, but again, as I explained in a later video, I don't really know how to use the x-axis on this that well because I don't have a lot of practice with it. The y-axis is quite good and easy to use. So we'll see how this plays out. Get rid of some of this garbage. Some mental clarity in here. Good, good. Excellent. Okay. So now that we completed the W and it rolled. So where GME completed their W and they broke out, we completed our W and we rolled. So that's not bad. The roll is usually about 50%. So if this is the top, we can have a little chart here, and this is the bottom. So our roll is right now around 50%. Or if we go a little further, it's just under 50%. So we should see, like the green's doing right now, we should see a pushback to get us back into about the 0.25, then a slow climb out, or another W, or something of the sort, depending on how strong the sellers are. But we should see the positivity start right about now. So I'm just chowing down on some food here. But for the Coinbase IPO, I think it's pretty decent because they got a strong market hold right now. But it doesn't mean like crypto's so fucking easy. It's so easy to put down an ATM. We could put down a crypto ATM. It's super easy, right? And the ATM model is one of the best models for making money. You provide a service for a small fee. And then you're basically, people are paying you to have access to their own money. So you charge for the ability for them to get money from not their bank, wherever they may be. And then depending on the hype, demand, need, I guess. Yeah, that'd be demand. You can charge more or less, right? Just like an airport, you can charge $1 bazillion for a bottle of water because, haha, suckers, you're stuck in here. Anyways, so I like the model. It's definitely a money generating model. They're not going to have much risk. All they got to do is expand. If crypto goes south, they just choose another, right? So it's definitely good. Whether it's going to be properly evaluated, probably not. If it's under-evaluated, then yeah, it's worth the money. It'd be very hard for that company to go under. They'd have to royally fuck up because, or have, what's really going to happen is they're going to have competition that's better. Because like ATMs, the only way you lose in the ATM war is that either people stop using money, so competition with credit cards, or two, banks get better, or three, some other ATM company kicks you out, right? So it's a good model. It's a good model. Oh man, that was a good. It's nice to be able to enjoy food. For those that are new to the channel, I got like a digestive issue that's not killing me, but psychologically killing me at the moment. And eating food makes me sick, but I can at least enjoy one meal a day, generally in the morning. And then this meal is going to make me sick in 30 minutes from now. But for the time being, I can feel slightly alive. So I just had a bunch of little baby potatoes with sour cream and cheese. And I've been craving Taco Bell, but I can't eat it because it's greasy. But basically what I really want is the sour cream and the cheese, right? It's not their discount meat chunks that I really go there for. It's the combination. But anyways, it works. Oh yeah, don't worry about me. I'm fine. As I said to the doctor, as long as it doesn't fucking kill me, I don't care. But it's more quality of life. It's like food is fucking great. I would like to eat food. And body's like, nope. And I'm like, ah. Excuse me, because that's like one of the best parts about traveling, you know, eating different cultures. Well, that didn't sound right. Yeah, I traveled to China and I just ate some Chinese people. It was a little chewy, but nom nom nom. But you get the idea, the gist. So this is still going along. We're starting to make a dome shape, which kind of sucks. And it's not gonna probably get better until after noon. So this would probably be where you step out of the market just because of uncertainty. And then you buy back in when it settles back down. When it unfucks itself, as I like to say sometimes. Or as the military likes to say a lot of times. Private Kelly, unfuck yourself. Yeah. So good. And so valid. It's such a good phrasing. Yeah, try everything and everyone once. Ah, yeah, giggity giggity. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know about your personal short trades, but yeah, if you're planning to buy at 950, that might be the bottom. I don't know. See, this is why I don't set like limits like that because you don't know where the bottom is. So if you just pick an artificial point in the sand, you don't know, right? So you should just have a market order with your finger on the trigger, wait for it to figure out what it's doing, and then buy in if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to do that, then let it get up to 978 and then it's a guaranteed buy. Or let it get down to 938 and it's a guarantee sell. But right now you're kind of in the middle. So you have to kind of choose, kind of risk reward. But seeing how this is doming, that's basically saying that unless something changes, we're not getting out of this. The floor is at 953 or so. So we need to see change. But we're going into 12 o'clock, so the likelihood for change after 12 o'clock is low. Leading into 12 o'clock, maybe. But after 12, it's a general slowdown. So if other people are starting to realize that, you're going to see a sell-off that's going to bring us down a bit because people are like, okay, it's not going to get better, blah, blah, blah. And they're basically thinking the exact same thing I'm saying right now. And there's your sell-off, right? So something to keep in mind. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, what is $6 or 6 cents? But, you know, if you get that 6 cents right, that's an extra 6 cents. So it pays to not be completely wrong all the time. Yeah, because money saved is money earned, especially in this racket. Do. Yeah, as I've said countless times now, the stock market is about preserving wealth fundamentally. So everybody that talks about like making money on the stock market, it's about not losing money. That's the first rule of stock trading. That's why when people also talk about like, oh, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy that, except if you do that, usually you're cutting into your principal. If you're going to buy completely on your winnings, that's a little bit better. But then why not use your winnings to make more winnings? Like, you know, the price of a vehicle that's depreciating, to just use that as an example from earlier, you can have something that doesn't depreciate, that's gaining you the money, and then just drive around in a shitmobile. When it blows up, you just get another shitmobile because you have infinite money. Like if you really need the transportation, just get 4 wheels, right? But it all depends on what you're trying to do. You know, maybe what you want to do is. Oh, are you guys having network issues? Looks like I might be having network issues. I lost connection. I'm still here, right? Yeah, I'm still connected. Looks like my internet might be hiccuping. Okay, let me just check on my stuff here. Where's the settings? Stats. Not too bad. Dropping about yeah. It's just YouTube having issues with me. Okay, now I just looked at my stats. I'm only dropping about 2 frames, so that's fine. 2%. You guys won't notice that. But what's killing me? It did come back and say no data twice, and I'm like, what? So I guess the internet had a little hiccup. You might see it a little bit later. I don't know. See. Anyways, so back to where we were. Yeah, you just have your money, make money, and just keep going. Yeah, or the same thing as with people that work. They're like, oh, I went on a trip every year. If you didn't go on a trip every year, then when you go to retire, it's like, but then you have to weigh out wasting money early versus retiring with lots of money because you want to travel when you can actually enjoy it, right? So you have to kind of weigh that out. But buying a depreciating asset versus not, that's a little bit different. But anyways, yeah, something to think about. But also, too, if you buy a vehicle and you need to use it, or it gives you a certain psychological benefit, then it's worth more than the price you paid, right? Like for my case, I'm looking at a Cybertruck. I don't have a vehicle. It's overpriced. But the whole point is it's a psychological, I won the internet, look at me world. And that is more valuable. That confidence, that self-reward is far more valuable than the cost of that truck. The silly, silly truck. But I do like the fact it has bulletproof windows. I'd love to buy myself a armored car, but unfortunately Canada has a limited selection of up-armored vehicles. So anyways, Something to keep in mind. Da, 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 da. So yeah, we're just going to tread water. So if you really need some food, it's probably now. The next 10 minutes is probably not going to be anything eventful. And just check back at 12 to see if something kicks off. But yeah, we're going to coast for a little bit here, it looks like. Buy a giraffe. Yeah, I don't know where I'd store it. Maybe I'll have to cut the giraffe up in pieces to store it at my house. All right. That baked carrot was pretty good. A weird poverty concoction I got going here, but something quick. Got one of those essentially glorified toaster ovens for Christmas, but it's like a convection oven. And I forget what they're called, the trendy name for them. Oh, air fryers. So real air fryers used oil when they first came out. Now they're just a fan with an electric burner upside down. But anyways, the air fryer is great because you can just chuck anything in it and it's on a timer. And that works for me. So I'm doing this stream. I just set it up, cook me a potato for 12 minutes, and bam. Potato to get me through the stream. Then I can eat like a hobo. What other crops I can rummage up? Oh, about the squirrels. So I have like some pet squirrels outside. Every year you kind of get a new batch because some go, some die, some get eaten, whatever. This one right now I think is the lady squirrel that got knocked up and definitely aggressive. I tried to give it a carrot. It like shredded the carrot. It attacked the carrot basically. Most squirrels will sniff, grab, bite, but they won't attack. The squirrel lounged at it, and I was like, woof. Now, it might be because the squirrel's knocked up, but yeah, always good to remember that, wild animals are wild, and even though that, some of them are friendly, they can be friendly, they can be tamed, don't go in presuming that. Because I was like, here, have a carrot, and it just attacked the carrot like it was some type of enemy. And I was like, whoa, damn it. So what I tested the waters, and I tried to feed it, like bring my hand down, and it started to like growl at me. Squirrels make a kind of a growling noise when they're going to fight you. And then it started to like go down into a pounce. And I'm like, oh, okay, so it's not afraid of my height. So that squirrel's not afraid to fight me, basically. So that's a dangerous precedent, so you have to be aware that squirrel will fight you if opportune chance comes. So, and it's a good thing to do with all wild animals is just to test, how ballsy they are. Because if they're too ballsy, they might have rabies. But it's always good to know where you stand. That squirrel, animal, raccoon, lion, it's going to fight you, or is it going to screw off if you make a lot of noise and scare it? Then mountain lions are fucking scary because, like cats, they get stubborn, and when they're stubborn, they'll go balls to the wall, and they don't care. They know they're not going to win, but they'll fight you out of spite. And shit, nothing worse than a really pissed off cat. Nothing. They are angry, mean, hurtful. When they're really pissed off, cats are the worst. Yeah. But anyways, just a little sidebar since I had while I was eating the carrot, I was like, oh, I'll give the end of the carrot to the squirrel. It didn't like that. Well, we could put squirrels in the fire, but considering the squirrels are my entertainment in the spring and the summer, I generally don't eat my squirrels. I just train them to be less squirrely and more friendly. Squirrels are very affectionate when they aren't scared shitless of being eaten, I guess. But we're just chillaxing. So there's the 12 o'clock. Oh no, one more minute. So in one more minute, we'll see the 12 o'clock time will have an impact. We might get a little bit of a lift, and then that might get us out of our funk. So there's the 12 o'clock lift starting early. Well, at 12 o'clock's not always a lift, but there's usually key hours. There's usually some type of change because people are like, I'm going to buy at 12. Like it fucking matters. But people think that way, so stuff happens on the hours. I don't know why. Or where it started, I should say. I know why. I just don't know what's driven them to do that. Oh, my microphone didn't mute there. Good stuff. So, we're now officially into 12. How's everybody else doing? So they had a sell-off at 12. That's continuing now. GME hasn't moved. NASDAQ is up. S&P is up. Roblox, suck a dong. Crash into oblivion. Where's my paper trade on Roblox? 69.44. So I'm still waiting. Gonna wait for a while. Oh, oops, so I don't want to end up on that screen. There we go. So we can just drag this chart. Now that we know the bottom, excuse me, we can predict. So that was kind of cool. It did a loop, and then it died on the 75 time frame. And then it basically, if we move this over, it broke out on the last chunk. That's kind of the case. Neat. Yeah, the y-axis is supposed to work as well, but I don't know enough about it. So I just dragged the 0.25 to the first drop. And let's see if this goes up to here, where my cursor is, and then see if it reverses or changes. That'd be interesting. But still being up 8% today is decent. But we need to get more height because we're going to start going down, essentially. We can't get some more height. And then we have all of Thursday, and then we have half of Friday, and then we lose a little on Friday night. And we start again. And we rinse and we repeat until we're millionaires. Or, well, thousandaires. Well, we're already thousandaires. Bigger thousandaires. Which, if you use Reddit, there is a Thousandaire Club subreddit for all of us diamond-fisted apes with our thousands of dollars we don't know what to do with. It's pretty relaxed, just because there's not much to talk about when AMC is just going through its motions. But it's a good place to post news and interviews and cool stuff you find on the interwebs. And the link is in the description. Make arrow point downwards. Make reaction face. And what other else crappy ass YouTubers do. Oh, I guess do shameless self-promotions about Webull referral links. I think is another one right now that's fairly popular. Smash that subscribe button. Although I can start monetizing this when it gets to 1,000, which would be good, because then I'll just buy more shares. If I do get to that point, what I want to do is I want to buy shares for charity, basically, and then use the YouTube money to basically fund. So that way, if I lose money, it doesn't hurt me, right? Because I'll have more YouTube money. And then I can basically just keep using the YouTube money to trade, or risky trades, but high reward trades, right? So is Jimmy going to get an Xbox, or is Jimmy going to get nothing? Sorry, Jimmy. I know you have inoperable brain cancer, but stocks weren't good today. So have a good one, Jimmy. Just walk away. Something like that. You get the idea. That's my long-term goal for this channel. Just pick a random person, put $1,000 on the market or something, and then or $10,000 on the market, and whatever I win is then what the kid gets, and then that way I don't hurt the principal, and I could just use the interest to gorillas gone wild, essentially. Yeah. Oh no, legal matters. Didn't even explain what you're charged for. Because that's the way you do it with an automated phone call. That's just super legit. Too legit to quit, man. Oh, Stone Age didn't die. Damn. Still got my hopes on those stocks. It's good you're feeling better. I'm still living myself. That's all that matters. Every day above ground's a good day. Last couple of days have been kind of wish-washy. Not as good as I've been feeling earlier in the week. But I've been also eating more, which is directly why I'm not feeling as good. So it's a constant struggle between I want to eat yummy food and if I eat, I get sick. So I try to tread that line as tight as possible. But I've had a real craving for Taco Bell, sour cream, cheese, little meat crumble, crispy lettuce. So I've just been making my own at home, basically, minus the greasy beef. But yeah, good to hear you're all well, because I mean, it's hard to replace subscribers. If you died, I'd have to find a new Stone Age. And, you know, those you just don't find those all over the place, right? Pulse? Nice. Yep. Green's a good thing? I can't remember. It's been so long. What's taters, eh? Oh yeah. I mean, it's hard to replace subscribers. So if I can't have your shares, at least your existence would be good, you know? That would be good. I mean, I don't need you to participate, but if you just leave it open every day, that would be great, you know? Just pump those numbers up. Ruples. Malaysia. Or is that India? Rupees is India. Ruples? No, ringgits is Malaysia. Malaysian ringgits. There's a game in the background. I just thought for professionalism reasons, since the stock was doing decent, I wasn't going to put the game up. But I can put the game up. I was just trying to impress, or not impress, add a little bit of flair to this channel, a little bit of professionalism. There you go. So I just finished the roof on the AMC theater. Just on my way back. The game is now up. Just a little bit of delay. Yep. I ran out of jetpack juice, so I'm not going to be able to go in the front door. So this is the AMC Theater front door. I'm going to make the logo proper. Give me a little bit of time. This is the mining station to get all the resources to build this piece of crap. This is the fire exit door. And this is the utility room. Okay. So I got the glass roof up. This is all sealed up now. This I might do glass, but I did the roof glass. Theater 1, Theater 2. As I showed earlier, the back of the office. This is going to be the food counter. So I'll put something against this wall, probably maybe modded content. And then, like, today's special is a bag of dicks, and there'll be popcorn or whatever. And your tickets are here. And there's your front door lobby. I might try to thin down this wall, but the game, that's about as thin as you can get, so. And then this is glass as well. But for a space station, theater, it's not bad. So this is theater number 2. Oop. So I have to put in all the lighting. This is going to be ventilation. And I still have to set up. I got the floor lighting at least for the entrances. And it's going to be Godzilla and King Kong. And I'm just doing this part right now. That's what we're up to. While we wait for the stock to run its course. I should probably put some stairs here. So I don't have to jetpack. There, a third person might be better for you guys. I'll be a little clunky just because I don't know how to walk around in third person that well. So all this stuff on the right is my various inventories to the connected base. Because this whole area has got like automated mining per se. It's half automated. And so as soon as I drill a rock, it rolls down a cliff, gets processed, and turns into whatever I need it to be. And then that gets shipped over. It's usually stored in that big rectangle there, and then it gets shipped over via these tubes. Yeah. And I have the settings on like ultra low, so it kind of looks shitty, but that way it doesn't lag out the stream. This is Space Engineers, yeah. Subnautica is similar, but it's underwater, and Subnautica's not bad, and the storylines, the story is pretty decent. The only problem with Subnautica is because you're a little fish in a big sea. The bigger fish in the sea will kick the shit out of you. So you end up making a underwater craft, but you're severely limited by energy. And the game world is really not that big, per se. But Subnautica's worth a one-time playthrough, at least. And don't read ahead and spoil it for yourself, but it's good. Yeah, it's Nautica, but he wrote it as not, which nobody except for British people would write. Because no one says not anymore. Yep. Yep. That's good. Yeah. Subnautica's worth a play. It's nice. It's fun to look at. It's fun to kind of waste some time in it, but it's not life changing as much as some people might claim it is. Or at least it wasn't life changing for me. I could say that at least. So now we're just trending along the bottom, which is not bad. We haven't gone through the bottom, which is good. We've resisted at least 3 times now. So hopefully now the buyers have a chance and we can go up. Hands off my rubies. Oh, what a lovely bunch of potted clay pots you have here. It'd be a shame if someone hurrah and ha them. Link just smashes everything. I finally saved up enough to have a pottery shop, just like my pop. Oh god, here comes Link. Or Lonk. Checking for the rubies. I remember in like Ocarina of Time 64, when you first got your like first $100 rupee, you're like, holy crap, it's so big and so awesome. Now as an adult, it's like, they've increased the size and changed the color. But it felt like such an achievement as a kid. Carnies. They smell like, they have tiny hands and smell like cabbage. Can't trust carnies. uh, So I have no idea how I want to do the front. So I'll just try this, but that's not going to work. Okay. You could do sideways stairs, but the problem with that is for safety reasons. If people are pushing out of the building, they're going to... oops, that was the wrong thing. They're going to collapse on themselves. You need to always have your stairs straight, or your escape routes straight, in case of panic. And of course, if I make it to building standards that people know in real life, then it will seem more real in game. But those stairs are huge. But that lets me do a kind of a build up like this. And I could put some type of spotlight kind of here. So I've already figured out how to do rotating spotlights. So at the top of the AMC, I'll have the 20th Century Fox spotlights going. It'll be good. And what's a house sucka? Since I do not know. Well, kielbasa I know. That's Polish sausage. But not Polish sausage, not to be confused, but very similar. Kielbasa is mucho tastio. So, is it some type of sausage on a bun? I think you said you were American, so it would probably be sausage, yeah, on a bun. Definitely if you're British. Sausage on a roll is very British. Could be a platter. Just using my deducing skills here. Guess I could Google it. Let's see. Okay, it is cabbage and noodles. Hungarian fried cabbage and noodles with kielbasa applied to the top. It's not bad. So very Germanic. Yeah. That's some heavy-duty poverty food, but I'll take it. Cabbage and butter is actually quite good. Oh, sausage rolls? Well, there's sausage rolls, and then there's sausage on a roll. Sausage rolls are like a finger food or an hors d'oeuvre. Sausage on a roll is very pedestrian, Scottish, British, which is just like a buttered roll that maybe is toasted, which I guess is kind of the precursor to the sausage McMuffin sort of deal. I've not experienced British food firsthand, so it's hard for me to tell. All you can eat seaweed, yeah. That's really it. I mean, if you can get a taste for cabbage, it's dirt fucking cheap. You can eat a lot of it. Like, cabbage is great. Just go to town. But it definitely is not I'm super wealthy, what do I eat food. So, yeah. But I won't bash cabbage. It's got its validity. Roll is Southern London. Yeah, I know rolls also in Scottish culture. At least back in the 90s. Barms. Okay. Couple of barmies. Ooh, nice. I'll have to a sausage Sammy. Yeah. Neat. I remember when Sammy caught on in North America, but only for like maybe a year or two, and then it was like, oh my god, just say sandwich. But that was back when like everyone was just short forming everything to sound cool. It's like, fuck right off. Use your words. Yep. I can eat cabbage straight up. Like I can just plow down on a chunko cabbage. And red cabbage shredded is so good. But that's partly because I eat a lot of Chinese food, like real Chinese food, and their food really comes from peasantry, simple crops, much like historical British food, Irish food. British, yeah, well, British were a little bit more evolved, if you will, culinarily. Although don't say British have strong culinary roots, but they moved away from crops, if you will, potato boiled, um, quicker. The French, of course, probably led Europe in culinary growth. Um, but then you're saying the Greeks, the Romans before them, right? Because they sure weren't leading Europe with when they were the Gauls or the Germanic tribes. Um, they were eating out of necessity, not out of affluence. But anyways, not to get sidetracked or go down that road too much. But yeah, it's Chinese food is in that similar vein. It's very simplistic, very farmery, as we might describe it with a more Western view. Stews, easy, everything's boiled or cooked thoroughly so you don't get food poisoning. It's one ingredient, two ingredients, minimal spicing, or easy to find spicing. So, anyways, cabbage comes up a lot in that. It's one of their crops. So, yeah, well, you can get into more exotic stuff, right? They're fancy food, but that's, if you got a lot of eels, what do you do with them? Well, try to eat them. Okay, how are we going to eat them? And then that's kind of like what Japan did. So if you look at Japan's culinary exploits, it's a lot of, well, around me is a ton of squid, so what do I do? Supplement my diet with squid. Okay. Batter it and cook it like I cook everything else. Done. Calamari is born. So it's shit like that, right? Yeah. Fish and chips. Yeah. I wonder how fish and chips became Britain's thing. Like most countries have a strong history with fishing because it's one of the easiest ways to get food and cheap, easy. The fish are already there doing their fishy things. But I wonder what. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, like the French, the reason I kind of digressed there is that, like the French language, when Napoleon was in power, they basically saw themselves as intellectual superiors to their peers, which is maybe a third true, maybe 60% true at the period. So they basically went and pioneered or codified the language. They codified the food, right? They went all out and trying to write it down and become experts in it, much like we do nowadays with like scientifical exploration of baking, right? Where back in the day it was just like they didn't even have ovens that could keep temperature, so it's like throw shit in pot and if it comes out okay. Where the French were like throw shit in pot for 2 minutes exact at this temperature, and they went down that kind of road, right? So that's why I kind of digressed, because yes, almost all culinary growth is availability and necessity, but the French really did say, well, yeah, I know elephant is hard to get, but if you're going to cook elephant, here's how you do it. And so maybe the plebs weren't eating it, but the aristocrats would know how to cook, let's just say elephant, right? Anyways, it was an interesting change. That's one thing France gave to Europe, was this sense of scientific reasoning. Even though they went kind of really hardcore on it, they did kind of kick that off, I think. And we see that with like metric, and we see that with the codification of their language. They were the first, I believe, to do like dictionaries to try to really, everyone spoke a language, but there was no such thing as a dictionary, if I remember correctly. Then the British didn't want to be outdone. They decided to do a dictionary because look at us, we've written down what's real about English, right? And then that kind of kicked us off down that road.
But it was the French kind of pompousness, or the French kind of, we can do it because we're smart enough, that kind of really kicked off that. Anyways, it's a fun little thing of history. I'm not too super well versed in it, but it was just a little factoid that I remember. Yeah. Oh, so someone's telling me how fish and chips came. Nice. And by French, I mean France French. If not, I would refer to them as something else. Yeah. Well, French is also a language, just like English is also a language. English is a people, a culture type, and English, or Anglish to be exact, is a group of people from a location, from Angleland, to which it was properly originally called, or Britannia, as it was called during the Roman times, and then the Britons. But Angleland was its original, courtesy, I believe, of the Vikings. I think were the ones, the Angles were the Vikings. Then you have the Saxons, and who's the other defeating group? Shit, used to know this. If you're a bit French. Yeah, so in Canada, we don't usually use French as a derogatory like it used to be, where it's like, pardon my French. That's a real British thing, where it's like you're trying to associate France with all things bad. And so that's kind of, that's really a British thing. Or it might be in other countries, but it's not a Canadian thing. Because we have a French component of our culture. So you're like, pardon my French, and then people would be like, you're not even speaking French. Like, it wouldn't play out properly here. Yeah. 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 I do have a book on Chinese cooking, and you're right. The Chinese culture, um, because it's gone along so long, there is tons of, high end cooking, right? Um, but I think for people in the West, the vast majority of the food we associate with China is either fake. It was made in the United States out of necessity driven from immigration and what was available at the time in San Francisco, in the labor camps, in the colonization of the West. And that's how America got a lot of its beloved Chinese food. And then there was a revival after World War II, and then you have the real Chinese food. If you go to China, you know you have what they have, their daily food, and that's kind of like our daily food. It's just um, the thing I'm trying to compare between the two is that some daily food for people is like oats and grains and stuff you pull out of the ground because you live in an inhospitable environment, and then you get more aristocraty, and then you're eating stuff that's imported, and you're not even a farmer yourself, right? And then you get into the high end stuff where I'm making meals because I'm, fancy. And of course, anybody in North America could achieve that, let's say, right? But if we go down to like the plebeian level, wherever that may be, I find that the Chinese cooking is more basic, down to earth, very farmery, versus our low end cooking is fast food, hamburgers, hot dogs, craft dinner. Like, craft dinner is a 5, 6, 7 ingredient component, right? So it's actually fairly complex versus boiled cabbage with flavored sausage. So, anyways, that was the thing I was trying to compare. You could say Chinese food is, on the whole, more simplistic. It focuses on less ingredients, um, and that was kind of what I was trying to get at. Yeah. Versus I mean, as George Carlin once said, you could fry raccoon buttholes and Americans would eat it. And then I'm like, I wonder if raccoon buttholes taste good. uh, but yeah, it's the difference in cultures, at least. But you are right. Definitely, there is the full spectrum in every culture, right? Even East Indian food. So India, their food can be incredibly simplistic. One ingredient with spices, and it's just a cooking process. Or Mexican foods, South American food is it's a lot like that. Cooked plantain, it's just a cooked plantain, right? A baked potato is just a baked potato, right? But then you can get incredibly complex, and that's just how the culinary word works. But that is a huge subject if we are ever to get into it. Um, a subject I do like as well, just because the human psychology, the growth, the sociology attached to all of that is very interesting to see how humans just react to stimulus around them, such as that wiggly thing in the water. I wonder if I could eat it. Or the person that, first sucked off a cow. Like it's that kind of good times. It's very interesting to see how societies have developed around. And actually, just on that subject, while we're waiting for this to go sideways, it's interesting to see how meat-dominated societies ended up, or societies with a lot of food have ended up stronger, bigger, faster. So if you look at islanders, or even the Chinese is a good example, everyone that had access to wheat, had access to a lot of meat, are taller. They grow bigger. The people that are on crops and vegetables, no access to wheat, basically rice-only diet, they're smaller and shorter. Mongolians are tall. Um, Middle Chinese are short. Islanders are stunted growth. Europe was tiny until the agricultural revolution, and then all of a sudden people sprouted. So, anyways, that was a neat thing to look into if that's your jam. How the effects of location and diet shapes entire generations, cultures, outcomes of cultures, however you want to word it. Just give me a second here. I'm on a little time limit to push this stupid button. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, that's a neat thing. Oh, so there's actually a case study on the people in Rwanda. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and you can go even further. So the change in food causes a change. So Japan is a good example of a fish-driven diet, and we're seeing long-term examples of how that has shaped their culture, right? But then as Japan's culture shifted from fishing, the fishing allowed them to grow, expand, and all that. Then they had the ability to change into different food groups and expand and expand and expand. So it's the good news is it threw my backpack almost all the way home. Bad news is heavy sandstorm. Okay, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Glad we have some culinary people here. It's definitely interesting. It's like I always say, you understand a culture by its tools, by what it uses to interact with the world around it. And food is an interaction with the world around you. It's a byproduct of what's around them. So if you really want to understand a people, you got to eat their food. You got to see how they write, see how they walk, see how they move around, because that shapes their reality, because that shapes their perception, that shapes how they make choices, what's right, what's wrong. So when you really get in the belly of the beast, you basically, to use a buzzword, you can then extend out, right? Now, for stocks, we can't really get into the mentality. The stock man isn't eating a fish. The stock, it's a worldwide, right? But the fundamentals are the same. You can dig in, you can see how he eats and breathes, how the stock ebbs and flows, to bring it back to this channel. And from there, you can say, hey, that's not how he normally moves, or that's not the right behavior, or he's not from around here. And then you can start making decisions. Why is the bad man doing this? Oh, the bad man's not from here. It's just a multinational Chinese company that's liquefying their shares because the board of directors kicked them out in some squabble that we have nothing about. Goodbye, Wanda. Stuff like that, right? The normal, usual, simple stuff. Yeah. All this talk of food is making me hungry, but I'm going to make myself 6 with a K. Sick. I guess I'll just have another decaf coffee and call it a day. That'll be it. 1 baked potato, some cheese, sour cream, and 2 decaf coffees. Oof, I'm living the dream here. Fake crying. Now we should be coming up, what time is it? Yeah, we're coming up on 1 o'clock, so the stock should kick off. But even if it doesn't kick off, we've achieved some goodness today, so much, much, much better than what we could have been, or what has been, to be more exact, which was a whole lot of suck. So that's good. And hopefully, as I was saying earlier, because not to toot my own horn, but I technically called this slowdown, right? So I saw the hesitation earlier today, and since we're leading up to 12 o'clock, it's hard to break new highs after 12. Like the odds of it is quite low. So it's like, okay, we got the height, so we'll have a little bit of retraction, but as long as that retraction's not huge, then that's perfect. We've gotten a nice floor, and then that goes to the rest of that conversation, which is we might be finally doing that U-shape I've been talking about for the last 2 weeks. So hopefully this is the beginning of the end. Because fuck, I need a break. This has been almost 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks. We've been in the trenches here. It's like, fuck, don't need another 4 weeks of this. We should have been out of the trenches ages ago, but I guess new variants and whatever, there's too much to really describe, has culminated in us getting pushed down. Okay, while my coffee's brewing, I'll just check on the chat and check on the Stockaroos. So still flat. And 1 message to me. Yep, it's all good. Pre-digested coffee beans. When I'm rich, I can afford those. Some, the hell is it? Laki? Cafe? I have it in my freezer here. Cafe Loki? Laki? Yeah, I don't see where it is. Oh, on the note of coffee, since I'm a bit of a coffee connoisseur, Chinese coffee, actually quite fucking good. I was thoroughly surprised. They have some seriously good coffee. North Vietnam, which is Yunnan and Dali, that region of China. Whew, sweet lord. I'm actually half tempted to start importing it into Canada because no one in Canada knows that the Chinese have good coffee, and I could probably make a killing selling it. Because as a coffee connoisseur myself, that coffee was friggin' decent. Like, not bad. And the price is astronomically low. So it's like, woof, woof. Strike a deal with a plantation? Man, I'd be filthy rich. Now, the hard part is how do you get this Chinese coffee into people's hands? But I guess you could just do direct selling on like Facebook groups and stuff. But even just to get a supply for myself, I'll be a dealer just so I can have my own access to the Primo, Cafe Primo. But yeah, Chinese coffee, not bad. And my favorite one so far is called Liu Yuang Instant Drink. And it's from Kungming Fuliang Coffee Co. They make instant coffee, and it's just, it's like heaven in a cup. I drank so much when I was in China. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. But, because I don't really care for tea. So they're like, oh, tea, tea, tea. And they're showing us all these tea. And I'm like, ooh, less bitter, more bitter. Meh, meh. It still tastes like water and leaves had a baby. The shit sucks. Then they hit me with the coffee, and I was like, oh. And Chinese coffee is generally like milk tea. It's heavy with milk and sugar, which is how Canadians do their coffee. So I was just fucking loving it. And then I happened to stumble across one of their coffee capitals, and life was great. I think I bought like $150 worth of coffee. No, probably $50 worth of coffee. It's hard to tell because the conversion in the currency, but I ended up buying about about 15 boxes worth of coffee, with I think 30 to 60 things in the box for the instant ones. Shit was so good. All right, I'm just going to mute for a second because I'm going to have to carry this coffee without spilling it all over the microphone. And just for those that care, the coffee is called Cafe Lo Cat Pack, which is the name of the cat in northern Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. It eats the beans. So good. Oh man, now you reminded me about Chinese coffee, and I'm craving it so badly. Must be a way to import it, smuggle it into the country or something. So we had a kind of a time-based breakdown, but we're still waiting on 1 o'clock to see if we'll get pushed up. Actually, that's what I need. Oh. Okay. Wear chair. Good stuff. The friendly neighborhood wear chair. Why's everything going to hell? Yeah. I mean, you're still not screwed. As I said earlier, it's kind of risky to buy because we don't know which way it's going to go. But we're still trading between the two black lines, so we're not really going anywhere. There's nothing to worry about per se. Oh, all right. We'll have to. I'll tie it in here, so you guys can stay here if you want, and we'll watch. We'll watch it here. Yep. Oh, that explains probably why we lost a whole bunch of viewers. We were riding at 45 or so. We just went down to like 30 something. That explains it. They're all flipping over to go see it. I don't blame them. Smart thing to do. But yeah, I'll put it in here. So I got 10 minutes, eh? So is it happening exactly at 1 o'clock? I guess is the case. Aaron is the CEO of AMC. Big Daddy Aaron. He's also the guy that pays himself first and takes a huge bonus, even though the company has not recovered fully. But you know, regular CEO stuff. Okay. Let's get that set up. Okay. So I'm going to switch over to side-by-side mode. And we'll keep this. Ooh, look at the sell-off. Okay. I'll just shift this over. Bring to front. Okay. And then we'll put up in the corner here another screen. So, Trey Trades. Wow, that comes up as a search. How much does he got on Twitter? It's got 47,000 followers on Twitter. Oh my god, that guy's rocking it. Congratulations. Oh my god, and his tagline is "Traders, let's eat." Gross. Gross. I feel dirty just looking at this. Oh well, whatever works. I don't write on the top. Let's squeeze. Gross. Traders. Ugh. Oh, it hurts. Can't even. Fuck, can't even. Okay. So, that's it there. And where's his live stuff? Probably live right now. So it's here, 1 p.m. Okie dokie. So we'll have that up, and I will whoop. So I'm going to need to mute this so I can patch in the audio. Okay. Let me just check something here. Just got to see if, and there's us. Let's see if the audio comes through. Okay, so I got to flip the audio. Okay. See speakers. Okay. No, you guys are still not getting audio. There you go. Okay, so I got the audio. Okay, so in 3 minutes I'll fire this up. And where's the widescreen on this? Guess you can't do that early. Okay, and we'll put that up in the corner. There you go. Done. Now you get to enjoy all things. Awesome. Good. We're capable of multitasking here. So this is kind of actually what my screen looks like right now, minus the Reddit in the corner. What's in the corner is OBS. So actually, if I show you my display, display capture. So this is my current setup. Oh, hold on. There's my current setup. So, and then in this here, this is where I check Reddit and where I see you guys right here. So that's I just realized that's quite my setup. That's kind of cool. How do I delete this? Display capture, remove, pop. There we go. But this, of course, is a little bit nicer for you guys. All right. And whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the idea here is that the windows are supposed to be usable, right? So, yeah. Why? Fucking Reddit. Why is it dropping? And what's happening with this spacing? This is new. It's like they're getting pushed in. I haven't seen that before. It's weird. Yeah, like look at this. It's just spam. There's 700 people here, and all it is just garbage. I'm so glad. So glad you guys aren't that. All right. So this is probably a pre-recorded interview, I guess, right? Which would make sense, so he can edit it and make it fancy. So it's not going to be live. And I doubt Adam Aaron would do live. No. And all you have to do is push the fucking button, Trey. Come on. It's a fucking video. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh yes, I need a whole bunch of metal. Well, while that's still shit in the bed, I'll just quickly check on things. I'm gonna pop out the chat here so that I can see you guys. Oh, here we go. Really? A countdown? Oh my god. That mute it for you as well? Oh, it does. Crap. This is fucking stupid. At least the music stopped. Oh, I accidentally muted it. Nope. What? Oops. There we go. Oh, come on. Why is it fucking stuck? Play. Oh, I see what's going on. He's just... Oh, there's moderator here. This is just the trailer. Full interview will be later today. Oh, well, this is still fucking stupid. A countdown to a fucking trailer. Oh, and how does he have so many fucking subscribers, man? Oh, you gotta have the IQ of a stick to do this sort of stuff. This is a premiere for a trailer with a 2-minute countdown. What's the point of this? You know, fuck, if people want to rewatch the trailer, you know, they just fucking click on it. So anybody that's watching this in the future has to sit through 2 minutes? Oh my god, the intensity. Holy shit. Oh my god, a cow. Not gorilla? Couldn't find a better photo? Is that it? Tell me that's it. Tell me that the actual trailer was fucking shorter than the countdown timer. Oh my god. It was. Oh, it's so bad. Oh my god.
Second answer to this question from hey, would you mind going over how
that hurt. Oh shit. Well, that was fun. Oh, I was just kind of like, this is sad, and oh, Trey, you came through. Now I see why he has so many subscribers. I haven't laughed that good in a while. Oh my god. Why would you have a countdown timer? Or maybe he always has countdown timers? I don't know. Oh man. So good. Alright, let's see about you guys, since now that I can see after laughing so hard. Man. Brutal. Alright. Where is the chat that I popped out earlier? Oh my god. Yep, exactly. Shit, that was bad. But I guess, you know, that just gets the word out. But it's just make a trailer. Don't need to count down. You know? Yeah, exactly. It is good to get a good laugh, especially stocks are too serious of a thing. But so that's the definition of clickbait, boys and girls. You're like, okay, interview time. Oh, no, turns out it's just pre-interview fake time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm laughing about. It's like 2 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, maybe it's gonna go longer. Maybe you're getting the hype ready. And no. Oh fuck. If I ever do an interview and someone asks me about Trey, I'll say, fuck man, at least that guy delivers the comedy. And that's my passive aggressive Canadian way of saying it's shit, but whatever. It works apparently. uh, Fuck me. That's awesome. I did like his video editing effects. That was good. The monkey turning head, the dramatic. That was good. It's good. My video skills are probably really, really rusty. It's been a while since I've ever done video because, who edits videos every day unless it's your job? It's not something you not a skill you kind of build up there, to say the least. So, but I guess a lot of people have it as a hobby nowadays. But that's like the same people that are like, I'm a hobby musician. It's cool. I'm a hobby battlefield commander, but it doesn't make me one. Gives you the skills, but it's a little bit different than actually being a in the field kind of guy. So anyways, that was a good laugh, and sorry for being so loud on the mic. It paid out. Fuck me. But yeah, give me a heads up when the real deal comes along, and then I'll put that up. Since he just kind of clickbaited, he rickrolled all of his subscribers. Yeah. Oh well, his subs keep coming back, so can't blame it if it works, right? Or can't hate it if it works, I should say. Oh, fuck, wrong way. Excuse me. There we go. So now I'm going to build the AMC logo. Right now we're just bouncing off the line, so we're not falling yet. If we stay here too long, then yeah, we'll give back our gains, but we're not there yet. So, but if we escape the gravitational well of this black line, then we'll go down. I'm pretty sure the AMC interview will help, unless Trey again gets disappointed by his heroes and then has to disappear from the internet for a couple of days. That might be something that's going to happen again. And then we can all have a little chuckle in our little corner of the internet. Oh, man. All right. Ta-da. So there's the AMC Shit, it needs to go over 1 square. Fuck, it's not centered. Well, the building itself isn't centered. But if I shift it over 1, it's still not going to be centered. It's a 3 on a 4. It's centered on the roof. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Nope. I guess I could put another red square here to give the illusion that it's centered on the roof. But then the stairs need to go 1 wider. Shit. If I shift it over 1. Ah well. We'll just go with this for now. Yeah, GTA, baby. Yeah. Grand Theft Stalkery, GTS. Okay, let's switch to controller. Okay, whoops. And go into painting mode. AMC's logo is red on white. So okay, red. And we'll use shiny armor. Okay, and then we will fly up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And paint it red. Shit. Do 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 do. What? Unable to place light armor block. I don't want to place light armor box. Just want to color it. Or my jetpack runs out and I plummet to the earth. Come on. Stupid controllers. PC Master Race. So much better for precision. Okay, now switch to white and land. There we go. Okay. Now, back to PC Master Race. See ya, Rex. Yeah. I can't make this channel any more entertaining. Exactly. What are we supposed to do? Make the stock market do a dance? But why would Adam Aaron like try to manipulate the stock price, right? Like he's going to eventually squeeze out the shorts, but why waste your money and do it, right? Just make sure that your stock price stays reasonable. And if it does, eventually the shorts will have to go, right? So that's the long-term play for AMC. He could manipulate the price. A lot of companies do to help boost up their prices when times are good. But AMC is a recovery play right now, so they know they're undervalued. There's no need for them to prove it. You either get in at a discount or get left behind, right? And that's really where they are right now. I think financially. So if he really cared, he would squeeze them out, issuing new shares, striking new deals. His best way to try to knock them. Oh, I built this backwards. Fuck. His best way to knock them out is basically just to keep the company running productively. So, and he so far looks like he's doing that. So we'll see how this all plays out. Okay, so that being said, this is the AMC logo, how it's going to look like, but I built it backwards. Oh my god. AMC. Yeah. AMC. There we go. So, I think that's decent. It kind of looks like a car dealership. But that's kind of the best I can do in this game. So, Now I got to rebuild this because it's backwards. Or at least rebuild this spot because it's backwards. So how do I do that? So 7. So I want so I want a half armor block, but instead of facing this way, and instead of being there, I can't do it exactly. So I could use a full armor block. No. Goodbye. Damn it. 6. Shorts. It's shorts, not shirts, if you're asking a question. How much shirt interest does your company have? Well, let me look. Oh, lots of shirt interest. They're all over the place. So the amount of shares to loan out is completely based on loaning out. It's not like it's a fixed number. To my knowledge, it's not a percentage based off of company, whatever. It's just whoever has these shares, if they're willing to loan them out. That's what that is. Exactly. So when they do that measurement, like if you're talking about the FINRA numbers, that's the summary of all the brokerages saying, hey, I got some to lend out, and then that's the amount. So that number is dynamic. Yeah. As far as I know. Yep. The one that you want to watch for is the utilization rate and the how much is left in the float. When that gets high or the float gets low, then the market maker gets squeezed out. It means the company's been basically gobbled up, which is great, unless you don't want that for some reason. You hate life or hate profits. Now I gotta figure out. We might be coming out of a U shape. Yeah. I wonder where Model 2 and Model 1 dude came from. Maybe they're like the Terminators. They failed. Have you been sent back to destroy Model 1 and Model 2 dudes? So there can only be one most excellent dude? Hello, Mr. Ape. It's good to see you are still alive. Good job, Weirjair. You're our canary in the coal mine. Yeah, apparently they do. And apparently that's not too uncommon. So banks always loan out your money. Any money you have in a brokerage, it's generally being loaned and paid out. Same thing with a savings account. So I think Robinhood is just doing that as well. They're loaning out your shares, which it doesn't matter because your shares are still there. But in the world of stocks, those shares are technically yours and only yours, right? So there is a bit of ownership, whereas money, it's just numbers in a bank account, right? Where shares are actually a physical thing, if you will, and you can't just make up numbers. The bank can't just give you more shares. They have to come from somewhere, right? I guess they can't just give you money too. That has to come from somewhere as well. But a bank could cook the books, right? It could produce fake money, give everyone millions of dollars, right? And if no one caught them, it would go, right? They could do it. But of course, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, to my knowledge, Robinhood does that, and a few other brokerages do that. It's not uncommon. But yeah, good brokerages, I think, leave your shit alone because no professional wants the problems, and the company itself doesn't need the overhead. If you're trading, day trading, shit's going in and out really quick, and they loan your share to somebody, they got to keep track of all that, and they have to finally hand over that physical share, and then it just gets really fucking messy. Yes, and brokerages can make fake shares as well, also known as synthetics, as it's aptly named nowadays. Yep. You can disable it, yes. And one of the easiest ways just to set a sell limit in Robinhood, because then your shares are potentially going out the door and they just leave you alone. Now, I don't know if that's changed in the last couple months, but that was the go-to way. I don't use Robinhood, don't recommend anyone does. It's clearly not democratizing, and the guy's clearly an ass. For anyone that was in this channel while we watched the Senate hearing committees. Oh, me? I swear all the time. You're a little behind, but if cursing in a non-rude way offends you, then this channel is not for you. Thy will not be censored due to people's sensibilities. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, middle. Ah, yeah. $5 back of AMC, filthy mouth. What did they call it in Family Guy? Love gently used. Love for sale. Race conditional. Love for sale. There you go. Enjoy the sub. It's alright. I'm not doing this for the fame. The fame would be nice, because then this channel would get more people and there'd be more things to talk about. But even if it's 10 people, I'm just here to make money on AMC. So I can do that without a fan base. Or clickbait YouTube videos with a 2-minute fucking countdown timer. Oh, God. I'm going to remember that. If I have to do an interview with Trey, I'll be like, 2-minute countdown timer. He'll be like, all right, we're ready to go. No, wait. Countdown for 2 minutes. And then 30 seconds and just be like, interview's over. We're done here. But I waited through all that for... Yeah, that's how it goes. What is it? I think it's Jimmy Kimmel with... what's his name? Matt Damon. He always brings him on. It's like, oh, I ran out of time. Keeps cutting him from the show. So then it becomes a running gag. So good. Yep, so we're just doing a U shape. So we might get a boost, or we would have had a boost maybe here, which is this green. But the next one is going to be 951 or to 953. It's going to be one of those. And then we'll see a little bit of motion. Yeah, there's going to be a handy shed. I'm going to place it probably, it's got to be in the back. So I'll probably place it out here. There'll just be like a little outhouse. And I'll just put an Zach's, or I'll make a little thing and it'll be Zach's Diner. Nice, 81% profit. Well done. Making the money. Meanwhile, us chumps are just sitting here waiting for our $14 back. Maybe when I get my 14 back, I will. I'll start playing a little bit more with options, even with the bad setup with my brokerage, or I'll finally get off my butt and get the interactive brokers going. Okay. Good. I'm stuck in the. I need this one. Having a good time, having a good time. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do, but actually that might work. Yeah, I gotta have free money first to do that though. I got 0. Can't gamble with what I do not have. Okay, maybe I'll do that. Okay, and then AMC M. Okay. Oh yeah, but if I trade, I could make, you know, I guess you would count that as 100% return. If you're gonna measure it that way, yeah, I'm not going to make 80% on $60,000. I'm going to make 700% on my initial 21-cent investment. If you're measuring that way as an option trader. Because how am I going to sell all my shares with a $500 premium, wait 3 days? That's all the money I'm going to make, right? Yeah. Well, I got 60K, but I don't see how, like, again, I'm not really well versed in options. No, I went and sold all of it at a 14% mark. And then it basically said I would get 500 and something dollars or 4,000 shares, unless I did it wrong. Yes, but 9%'s not even worth the risk. Even though it's near 0 risk, it's nothing. It's trivial. I mean, we've had more than 9% worth of price motion today. I know I'm not getting it, so please keep telling me. I'm not seeing the benefits here. I know options have their value. I just need to be sold on it. So sell me. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't lower my average much because, well, if I wouldn't get 600 shares though. So that number doesn't sound right because how am I using 4,000 shares and I'm going to make, if I make 9% on it and somehow 9% is $500, which it's not, you're still thinking I'm going to make $5,000. If I'm going to make $5,000, then yeah, that's a good deal. But when I did the math, it was only $500 on $60,000. No, I have 4,000 shares. $60,000 worth. If I had 40,000 shares, yeah, that's a lot of money. No, I have 4,200 shares at $60,000 at a $13.58 price average. Yeah, I think you're getting my numbers mixed up here. Anyways, something to talk about while we wait for AMC to pull. It's good. So your numbers were right? Okay. Yeah, please give me the education. Not saying that sarcastically. Yes. So 4K shares would be, no, it's not 100 contracts in that. It would be 400 contracts in options, right? Yeah, exactly. So 400 contracts at 21 cents a option contract. Yeah, exactly. But at no point does any of this actually generate reasonable money. No, contracts are 100 shares. So it's 4,000 divided by 100 would be the amount I could make. Isn't it? Oh, the lol no is probably for backstop. Oh, the 21's per. Oh, yeah, the 21% is per share. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Yes, that's right. But it's times by. Yeah, yes, you're right. Sorry, I misspoke on that one because everything's times by 100. But we're doing the math backwards to explain. Yeah, so I got confused. Yep. Yeah, which is 21 bucks per 100 times 4, which is. Trivial amounts of money, right? Is that really? How are you getting the 21 bucks? Wait, okay. Again, I'm really horrible with math. So if you have, times 40. Why is it times 40 though? Okay, I am really bad at math. So if I go through this again, I got 4,000 shares, right? I turn those into options. Then I'm going to have 40 option contracts. Each option contract is 100 shares in the background. Good, nothing's changed. I'm making 21 cents per share, so it's 21 cents times 4,000. Yeah. Now, if it's 21 cents per share, where are you getting this boosted number? 21 cents. I know you trade options, so you're probably right. I'm just not getting the idea here. Yeah, so I should get $840 if it's 21 cents a share with 4,000 shares. Where are you getting this extra money from? Like, how does it all of a sudden go to 20 bucks? So if I have 4,000 shares and I divide that by 100, I get 40. So I have 40 times 100, which we just did, times 21 cents equals 840. So no matter which way you slice it, how are we getting this big number? Exactly. But okay, so am I right? Have I got this at least right? While we're watching AMC take a dirt nap here? It cost me $60. Yes, but I'm selling the contract, so that's my premium, right? Okay, exactly. So I was wondering, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to make that much money. It's still a good amount of money. I mean, you're making almost 20% there, right? Almost, or not even. Fuck, I'm really bad at math. So 4,000 divided by 840 is almost a fifth. Yeah, so 20%. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, 20% isn't bad for doing nothing, for waiting, right? So yeah, maybe I will next week, especially if things are looking good, because there'll be an increase in intrinsic value. And so that will spur the risk will go up. And then I could do maybe a 1 week bet that we're going to be at 14, right? Yeah, no. I only have $60,000, which is right now it's 4,000. At my peak, I had about 6,000, almost 7,000 shares. But that's when I was buying around $5 or $8. Right now, I think I'm $6,700 with my latest winnings. But of course, I get reduced purchasing power as time goes by. Yeah. But anyways, long story short, you still made about 20%. So how did you get that 81% then? Was that just from buying and selling repeatedly and moving the money around? Yeah, because eventually I'll get as rich as you. Oh man, 40,000 shares? That would mean I have about $500,000 around, if not more. Ah. So how does that work? So you got them for 21, but are you buying them for 21 or are you selling them for 21? Just to keep with the terminology. Oh, by them you mean the shares, not the contracts? So you got a whole handful of shares for 21 cents, and then you sold them off at 0.03 cents, or vice versa. That you bought the contracts for 21 cents, okay. So that's a contract for what? Selling or buying? Selling? So you say I offer you these shares for 21 bucks. Other way around. Yeah, it's hard with the delay. It can be one of 4 directions. Okay. Here, just write it out in a little bit more descriptive words so that I know which direction you're talking about. If you would be as so kind. Because I do like to learn about options. It's interesting stuff. And if it's... So you sold them to somebody at the 14 strike price. So you wrote an option and you sold that written option to sell at a $14 strike price, and then you bought them back. So what are you buying back? Oh, I see. You're buying back. You're closing the option at 0.3 today. So you basically bought back the shares that you offered to give to them for $14, and you closed the position. Is that? Yeah, got it. Because they could have the right to execute if they want to take your shares because they're going to risk it, right? Excellent. Okay, now I'm on the same page as you. So you bought to cover, as they say in short selling. So you covered your position. You were writing sells and you covered your position at the last minute when it was mostly unfavorable to them, thus you made a lot of money, you kept the premium, and by paying 0.3 cents per share, you removed the right for them to exercise by paying them what it's worth, air quote. Now, the risk here is that they can exercise at any time in American style options. So you could lose your shares at any given time, but then you could just buy them back at the market, right? Because then they decided to exercise at $4 less than the price you agreed upon. They would be stupid. Yep. Okay, I get it. That's a good play. I like that. It's a good thing to do while you wait, right? Just tiny little dollars. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'm not completely stupid. I just haven't put it into practice, right? I don't have the confidence, as I said, to because I don't know what I'm doing. The drop's not bad. We broke through the 38 line, but GME is still going strong. Like they're up 15%. They're going sideways, but they're still good. The Dow, not so great. S&P and NASDAQ, I think, improved. No, and no, they've curved in the last 30 minutes. So that's about right, you know. You hit 12 o'clock and then the steam kind of goes out. So you want to get as much height as you can before 12. So not bad. This is a normal stock price. So we're coming up at 2 o'clock, so we might get a boost at 2. Right now we're kind of just trickling down. I would have hoped we would have got more of a boost at 1 o'clock, but not the case. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. Options are great for hedging. So you can play both ways, and you can at the same time, and you can protect yourself against risk. That's the beauty of options. Where stocks, if you bet one way, the other way is your enemy. A lot more simplistic, and there's no time component. Because what he's doing is not without risk. It's just very, very low risk. But if you have enough money, you know, there's $800 in your pocket for almost no risk, right? So it's not completely without merit. So definitely. Well, that's good. Yeah, I think the S&P is due for a little bit of a pullback if it's not already starting right now. But we'll see how that plays out. Hey, not bad. Yeah, it's still not bad. But if it goes, yeah, it's a hedge. So if it goes sideways, though, that's going to get bigger, right? I love that term. As much as women get real pissy when you use the term raped, it's a good gaming term. To be beaten without contest. So completely obliviated, or as gamers would say, raped. But that definitely does piss off more of the feminists. I get yelled at every time I use that term. Or given the butt sex. I love that one too. Butt pirate. Ass bandit. Those are great words. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that's the way to do it, right? If your option goes bad, then you just flip over to exercise mode and then you hold. And which is why you covered before somebody else could do that, right? So, yeah, not bad. 75% of all options expire worthless. So, yeah, GG, GL, HF. You got it. Or no, what's the new one? Easy? GG easy? No no replay or something. I don't really follow the whole. What are they? It's the Fortnite crowd and the other cancerous crowd. Well, Warzone, but Warzone's a mix. But it was Fortnite and Counter-Strike was the original cancer crew. But those guys are, it's only Koreans and Chinese, I guess, are still the most hardcore Counter-Strike players. But then, it's Destiny, Fortnite, and what's the other looter? Borderlands was never cancer. Partly because I guess it's co-op, it's not multiplayer. There's one more. Which one am I missing? Oh, League of Legends. Yeah, League of Legends. You're right. So that was the one I was missing. League of Legends or Dota. When Warcraft 3 came around, that spawned a whole culture of crap. The whole idea of heroes and AP guards and north, south, east. There's all this terminology that came out, and it was like, kill me. Apex, I don't even think it got anywhere. Didn't Apex Legends just die? Like it just went out the gate and crashed. Same with Anthem. Anthem didn't even make it. I don't even know if it went to market. I try to avoid arcade shooters because I can't do it. If I can't watch Trey give me a 2-minute countdown timer, I don't have the brain cells to play those games. Yeah, don't forget it's the hedgy Illuminatis that are controlling the market. You got to yell at them too. Don't forget. Oh man. Yeah, someone mentioned it earlier, and I said it was probably a great play because it follows the ATM model, which is always a great model for making easy cash. But then I followed up with not really my cup of tea, but it would be worth your time and effort. If you want a game that will ruin your life and you're not hardcore FPS only, take a look at a game called Foxhole. It's kind of a team-based side versus side, almost top-down, but it's not quite. And holy crap, I sink entire days into it. And it just keeps going and going and going. And it's, I wouldn't say addictive, but you want your team to succeed. So you're running logistics, you're building up defensive positions, and I definitely would. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I definitely recommend it. The major problem with that game is you just burn out because you require your teammates to work with you, and half your teammates have the brain cell of sticks, and so you can't hold off the entire armies of the enemy by yourself, and so that really wears on you if you play for the long term. But I do recommend it big time. Foxhole. It's usually dirt cheap. Wait for it to go on sale or don't. The developers are mostly Canadian. It looks stupid from the photos, the screenshots, which is why I never bought it. And then I bought it and I was like, oh, it plays completely different than... Because you look at the screenshots and you're like, holy shit, you're so zoomed in. This is dumb. But you're only zoomed in unless you don't aim your gun. If you aim your gun, you can stretch out the sides of the screen. But you need that zoom in because if not, the combat would get longer ranged, right? So they're trying to condense the combat. So it does work out. They just don't do a good job marketing the game. But yeah, I've spent, I think 1,600 hours in it, or 1,200? Can't remember. But I've never spent more than like 40 hours into a game. except for Rainbow Six, SWAT 4, Arma, the whole series, and a couple of flight sims, A10, Longbow, Black Shark. Those ones I've clocked hundreds and thousands of hours because, yeah. But generally, most games, it's like you play the storyline, meh. You play some multiplayer, meh. I can barely clock 80 hours on multiplayer because why? It's how does a game have 80 hours worth of multiplayer? Like, I can only run around in circles so much. Even Red Orchestra #2, which was so good, I think I only clocked like 70 hours over 2 years. Because you can't play for 15 hours of round after round combat. But Foxhole, I can spend 8 hours mining resources or digging trenches, for the eventual weekend rush. So, yeah, it's a good game. I had to quit playing it because my health got bad, and it just wears on you. You build a base and no one defends it. It's what a waste of time. Like 8 hours. So, yeah. I miss the good old Rainbow Sixes. Those were the days. Could chalk up kills, one-hit kill weapons. Even the Arma is really good still. The problem with Arma is I found out that if you don't have a top-of-the-line computer, your bullets miss. I couldn't figure out why the game was so friggin' hard. Then I upgraded my computer, went back, put it on full resolution, and all of a sudden, all my bullets hit. My accuracy is not so bad anymore. So it's almost like the game is not properly set up for lower-end computers. And so maybe you're aiming at something that's not there, or the processing's done weirdly. But the game became like 1,000 times more playable as soon as I upgraded my computer. And I was like, this fucking sucks. I couldn't figure out why the game was so hard and why I hated it so much. And then I'm like, you bastards. It was the developers. Yeah. But yeah, Arma is great. Nothing like sitting in the woods, getting on comms, organizing saboteur missions, hiding in a bush with long-range binoculars, looking for a sniper. He's fucking out there. He's been sitting there for half an hour too. It's something. But then what sucks is when, you shoot at somebody and it misses. He looks around and he's like, oh, there he is. It's like, I've unloaded 2 clips into you and nothing's happened. You get a little disheartening, especially in a game when it's so lethal. Yeah. Anyways. That's a fun game. I'm definitely looking forward to Arma 4 whenever they pull that up. Oh, so DayZ is good. I never got in on it, but DayZ is basically Arma. You can play DayZ in Arma. And I think they even got the DayZ people to work in their dev shack now. Can't remember. Because DayZ started off as a Arma mod. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's there's Escape from Kharkov. Kharkov is a place in Arma. So same thing, And Escape from Kharkov, I know there's a mission. So where Arma comes in is Arma's actually called VBS2. It's a military training simulator, and they've made a shitty version for regular folks. But you get a map editor with real units, weapon ballistics, armor plates, penetration models, all of that. And then you have a huge map, a huge game world, and you build out scenarios, right? Just like the military would. I'm driving a car down the road, I get ambushed by Taliban. How do you react, right? That's the point of it. So if you're a good map maker, you can make anything, because that's the point of it, right? To try all these different scenarios. They even have a thing called Zeus, which is basically a D&D game mode. So you can have one player who sits there as like God, then spawns in squads or sets up things. So you can have a dynamic mission that has a human mission manager or a game master. And that's used for like, insurgents, you cleared the area. There's no AI insurgents because they're not there. But surprise, they just come out of nowhere because I just spawned them, right? Or you see that they're winning too much, so you change it up to see how they react. Just like a DMD game guy would do, right? Anyways, that's one of its key strengths. Very fun stuff. But again, have a good computer and be willing to dedicate some time into actually be able to shoot. Because if not, you'll get your ass handed to you. Everyone in there is like fucking godlike. So, for at least AMC though, for the rest of you viewers that don't play video games, we're pretty much going flat, which is fine. GME's going down a bit. Dow's neutral. S&P and NASDAQ are recovering, but not quite. So we're just going sideways. Nothing to write home about. Yep. No, DayZ is the one I'm talking about. DayZ and ARMA are the same. Oh, DayZ gone? I just saw that. Yeah, I think you're merging the two. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, ARMA and stuff, it works with the Lone Wolf. Like, when weapons are one-hit kill, Lone Wolf does work. But ARMA's really good with like a 3-man squad. It's very excellent when you have someone watching your sides or giving you cover. Like, I remember once, like, I was moving in on a village and we set up a heavy machine gunner with a scope. We just put him right up on the side, and this is kind of like an Afghanistan-style village. So we're moving in to see if there's any enemies. And then, of course, as you get closer to the village, the buildings become obscure and you can't see shit. And, we're using cover, we're moving in. But having that guy up top, he basically saw the enemies approach through a ravine and pop up on the other side of town. And we would have ran into them and might have won. But he gave us the heads up. So what we did is we ended up pulling out of the village to the outside of the village. We let the enemy occupy the village. Then we attacked them. And then basically, instead of attacking them and then pushing in, we attacked them and then ran away. Then they started to chase us. And when they got at least a little bit of distance from cover, we just lit them up from the hill. And so we're still running towards the hill. And we just kind of like went prone and started engaging from there, which isn't the best position. But the machine gunner had just a free swath of killing. And so they're all scattering and running. And then we can then attack without anything. But it's having that, if you were just yourself, you would have to either commit to the combat inside the city and get killed, or run away, but they'd probably shoot you in the back because you can't watch your back while running towards the hill. So it's nice to have a little small team, and then you can play out small scale tactics. But yeah, he had a field day. He just burt, and everyone's just fucking flying. But nobody has fear, right? So if you give them enough time, even people that are going to die will stop and, aim and take shots at you. So you have to really kill them fast, or they're going to respond with extremely accurate fire, because nobody has fear. There's no such thing as suppression in a video game. So, I mean, suppression does kind of exist, especially when there's a high volume of fire. People won't run into it and die. But it's not like real life where noise and everyone's like a veteran, rock hard, battle hardened veteran. Noise don't scare you. It only scares you when like the wall in front of you is being chewed apart by 50 caliber rounds. Then you're like, ugh, I'm not going to stick my head out there. So, anyways, And 6 days in Fallujah looks good. Can't wait for that one. That will be something. So we're just trending down. A little bit of a volume drop there, which is not good. But still not bad. Let's see how everybody else is doing. GME is poop. Ooh, look at that. That's what's doing it. So in the last 2 minutes, we got nailed with, ooh, broad-based sell-off. Something happened. What happened? It's too early to tell. Something happened that triggered a across-the-board sell-off 2 minutes ago, which is what hit us. See? It's going to hit GME? No, but it hit us. So when they threw out the portfolio, they threw us out. So that's probably a good indication to sell, at least in the very short term, because I don't know what triggered that sell-off. And then we're going to reel from this. It's going to take a little bit of time to recover from this, whatever the hell that was. I mean, it's kind of flattening out, but it's risky. What's Dodge at now? $14. Oh, $14 or 14 cents? Yeah, it was there earlier today. Oh, I guess you just noticed? Oh yeah, you did come in later. Right. Yeah, I highly doubt it's still at 14. It should have retracted a bit. Okay. But yeah, it was 14 earlier, wasn't it? Or it spiked up to. Spiked to 12. Now, it's not like well, this is what's affecting us, right? So you had the stock go sideways, but this is a very heavy drop. Like it's quite big. So you can see the effects in the last 2 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's here. So they were trending along this line. It's 163, and then they get pounded. Where us, we're going along in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going slow, and then there's the drop, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so right there, same thing. So when the Dow decided to go take a nosedive, that pulls us down. Now, the good news is the Dow dropped considerably, and yet we didn't go that far. But we were basically bouncing against this line right here. Is it this line? It's probably 920. There's a line here. But you can think of it, you can think of it as if we were bouncing across, I guess, this line right here. And then the Dow just did us in. The good news is if this is just a stupid sell-off, this should recover quickly. And we will recover if we've oversold. But yeah, we're trickling down. But that's good. We got some good energy earlier today, so that's good. At least in the grand scheme of things. If we go to the one, so now you can start to see that we're forming up a U shape, right? It's getting a lot better here. So we want to finish the end of the day somewhere around 9:30 or higher, so that we can start latching on to the takeoff rocket. So now we had good velocity here. That's velocity that would get us to 14 by the end of the month, or sooner. But dem sucks. So 11, 11:41, 11:16, 10:35, 9:71, 9:75. So this one. So this is a completed U right here with a roll, or a cup with handle. See? There you go, a nice cup of tea. But that kind of makes sense. So I was hoping, like earlier today, I was hoping we would continue. But, we got the cup. That's good. That's what gave us our earlier surge. But when with the negativity and, I guess, the resistance of this line, then we ended up rolling. I mean, it's not unexpected. It's a little bit more than I would have liked, the roll. I would have liked it to stop at about 9:30. But it's timing, right? We're later in the day. So, yeah, I would have expected it to stop around here. There isn't a lot of support here, though. Yeah, and the market's kind of going poopy poop. You see the Dow's still crashing. And we're holding, even though we're not crashing as with the Dow. Yeah, we're holding pretty good. So that's good. Oh yeah. No, I don't mind we don't mind sellers here. We're not going to demonize you for selling. That's not how the stock market is supposed to work. You just buy and hold and never sell. It's like, it's good thinking, but we're not idiots here. So. At least we're holding. Dow's still, so it's going down, it resists, it tries, and then fuck you. So that's not a good sign. S&P's doing the same, almost exactly the same as the Dow. Like, look at that. It's pound for pound, pretty much the same. And the Nasdaq's basically doing the same thing, just it's muted. Nasdaq's had a pretty bad day. Like, it's almost at 2%. That is not good. And look at that. So this is never what you want to see on your stock. So I don't know what happened a few minutes ago, but it's pretty fucking severe. It just said, F you. Dow's going. Everyone's going. Hey, look at that. That's a fucking sell-off. What is going on? Let's take a gander. Discovery's back up. Oh, fucking Discovery. Yeah, so that's a meme stock. She's taken a nosedive. She's taken a nosedive. Apple. Oh, Galt's not. But, well, it was. Galt's been taking a nosedive from quite a high. AMC, we're on the volume list again. GE, what's going on here? They're starting to dive too. What the hell happened? There must have been some type of news that really just... See, everyone's showing red at the same time. Yeah, interesting. There's got to be some major news. Yeah. Maybe someone just released the virus is stronger, more people dead. Yeah, there's something going on. Yeah. Well, we'll find out later, I guess tomorrow. But that's how you can tell something's up. See how everything's now red? You can see the same pattern. So that is just a massive money withdrawal. So we should see that the US dollar is rising, yeah. And gold should be going up, but it's not. At least not quickly. Wonder what's happening. Well, at least we're holding our own. That's good. Yeah, but that's hype, right? Matt knows how to run the hype machine. New record. Well, it doesn't really mean much because people are currently selling. So, you know, that utilization rate's now probably 70, 80. So, yeah. But he knows how to hype to get the YouTube views. Yeah, it must be something going on with maybe someone's talking. Oh, maybe I could just check C-SPAN. A lot of times it's somebody talking. Okay, Joe Biden's going to be speaking in 3 minutes. And then Lindsey Graham is going to have a conference 40 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes later. Hour and 15 minutes later. House and the Senate are just doing their own thing. Oh, here we go. The Senate is having a hearing on FEMA response to COVID-19. That started at 2:07. That would do it. That would do it. So they just started talking about how bad COVID is, right?
We spend a lot of time focusing on the emergency response, but we should also be talking about focusing on investments that make us more resilient. With that in mind, I'll have questions about FEMA's implementation of what's known as the BRIC program. That's the money we use to build resiliency in our communities. And we'll also want to look at how FEMA is assisting efforts at the southwest border. Senator Capano and I were there recently. And obviously
yeah, okay, it looks like a spook.
So
this guy started opening his mouth.
Unaccompanied children. And funding assistance,
and it started to recover.
Social service agencies to provide humanitarian relief. There's a lot to cover today, and I look forward to your testimony, Mr. Fenton.
Someone just hit. Someone's hitting the camera.
For any opening remarks.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Murphy, and congratulations on your first hearing. You're doing a great job so far. And I look forward to working with you and really getting to know you. We've already had, on our trip to the border, had an opportunity, even though we've served together for several years, to really...
Well, that's not going anywhere fast. Okay, so what's happening later today? So... got Afghanistan coming up right now. Cybersecurity. So we have Biden giving us the good times. Okay. Well, I think the worst of it's over. I don't know what happened, but it looks like we might be out of it. Yeah. Purple Urkel. Ah, I love it. No, well, I know from my history in trading that definitely unexpected news definitely has a change on the market, right? News that's expected, yeah, no, it's all priced in, right? But stuff like they start talking about COVID, and then they say something like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I think it's gotten worse," and then that turns into a snowball, right? It's those little things that spook the market, and then that causes a rapid change, right? Because there's professional traders, they sit there with the news on 24/7, and there's a lot of buy and sell based on news. So sometimes it's not priced in until like minutes before, right? Well, when was the SEC confirmation? Like exactly at 2 o'clock? I acknowledge you, Werger, but it's hard to say nothing happened. Well, maybe it is the SEC confirmation. I don't know. I'm just speculating. But it wouldn't be fair to say nothing happened. You've seen a change in volume, right? You can see across the market something happened, right? You don't have a same time sell off, and you can see it in every stock, right? Everyone took a nosedive at the same time. So clearly something's happened. We've resisted it pretty well, which is nice. But the reason I'm trying to figure out what happened is because how serious is this? How long is it going to linger, right? And that's what I want to know. Then if it's not going to linger, we can go back to our short-term technicals. But if not, that's just a dead cat bounce, and the overall market is going to crash or sink, and it doesn't matter how good we do here, we'll get pulled down, right? So that was my worry, or is my concern right now, actually. So yes, a market-wide hedgy attack. It's a coordinated ladder Illuminati buy-in 360 no scope. Yep, you got it. Man, you guys are learning fast. Market goes down, ladder attack. Market goes up, Jesus and beautiful babies. Easy peasy. This is such easy stuff. All right, well, I guess I can leave this theater for another day. I got to figure out the actual theater mechanics. But the actual theater itself is done. Hooray! Yeah. So now, this was us finishing a U shape per se. Not a really good one. And if we keep going, we'll be making basically a giant S here. But we have to get up to here. The fact that we're dying, it's either the halfway mark to this U shape is right here, so that's why we're dying, or we completed the U shape and we're dying as a result. Depends on which point you're measuring. But this is kind of small, but this is a shoulder. It does clearly do that. So I don't know. It's one of the two. Technically, it doesn't really matter, but if it is the dying at the middle part, then there's a good chance, if things go better, we can get right back into it and end up kind of here. It's just, anyways, it's my 2 cents. Not shitting on anyone here. Do. Oh. Oh, did the IPO start at 2 o'clock? If the IPO did start at 2 o'clock, there would be a withdrawal of money. But is Coinbase on the... No, it wouldn't be on the Dow. It wouldn't be on any of the indexes. Is it on the NASDAQ? So the way to confirm that would be to look at whatever index it would be listed on, and that index should be doing good, where all the other indexes would be doing poorly because people move their money out. But normally you would move your money out earlier than the last friggin' second. So the withdrawal will start the day it's announced, and it will become the strongest just before. And that's how you confirm that. So it's on the NASDAQ. So if we look at the NASDAQ, right? The NASDAQ took a kick at 11 or at 1 o'clock as well. So it wouldn't be that. Oh, this is the NASDAQ 100. Okay, so it would be here. And so it's not that either. This is the total NASDAQ. But then the total NASDAQ, the money was shifting around. Yeah. No, but it would still say the same because the money would just move around. So the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ would, right, because it's based on market cap. So if you do shift money around on the NASDAQ, it will move the index. Yes, because it's based on market cap. It's a composite. So it's possible. Oh. I can see that. Okay, let me fix that. AMC. Let's go back to AMC. Okay, well, at least we're on the road to recovery, whatever the hell that was. Oh, it's totally dead, yeah. Poop conspiracy. Yeah, okay, it's the same chat. God, Reddit. What a pile of garbage. Tech and healthcare taking a hit, eh? Wonder what the hell that is. Curious. What the hell would spook health and tech care? Or tech and healthcare? Because tech would be okay if the pandemic went on. Healthcare would go on. So what would hurt healthcare? The pandemic is ending? Maybe? No. Oil is green, so that sounds like the pandemic is ending. Then why the hell did we take a nosedive? Tech is sketchy compared to bonds? No, if the whole tech sector is going down, it'd be more than just, J&J and whatever, right? And if it's fear about the vaccine, then tech, well, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's there's new data about the vaccine being more lethal. And so all the optimism that we'd have a quick recovery quickly got pulled, right? So you just had a sudden reduction in hype. It has to be some big ticket item. You can't have that kind of market. It's not a huge crash. We're already recovering, but it had to be something that caused a spookle, a little spook. So, so okay. Sorry, I misread that. Shit. Yeah, maybe that's it. Oh, that's yesterday. Okay, so no, that would have been yesterday. Yeah, I'm blaming Nancy Pelosi or Biden speaking, one of the two. Yeah. Banking is defensive. Yeah. Yeah. It's that trailer. It gave us all the cancer. But yeah, I know banking's defensive. Oil, if oil goes up, it means they think people are going to get out of the house. Because oil is used for transportation, primarily. So if oil's up, that's a good thing for end of pandemic. The hedge fund Illuminati can't fucking tank an entire market. Well, I mean, they can, but they got to royally fuck up, like 2008 kind of fuck ups. It's not an easy thing to do. Well, that's what someone's saying there, J and W. But what's it? That was yesterday's news, though. If you're getting a spook, the spook has to be same day, basically. Sometimes you'll get the spook a day before, and the effects will be felt in the morning the next day. But usually, if something like that, it has to be same time. So something happened exactly at that time, or a minute before, and the active investors hit the panic button. Then it turns out it's not as bad as they thought it was, whatever it was. So sometimes it's someone speaking and they say, oh, I think the vaccines are scary. And then active investors go, shit, sell. So they cause a bit of a sell-off. And then when they realize that no one else gives a shit, they're like, oh, okay. And then they buy back in, right? Which is kind of what's happening right now. So they go, something happened here. And they go, fuck, get out. And then they're like, what the hell happened? Okay, I'm getting back. Oh, now I know what's going on. And then it's like, well, no one cares? Yep, no one cares. And so then you're going to have a healthy growth out, whatever the hell that spookle was. And sometimes you'll see like a lead up to it. So like, let's say Joe Biden's going to talk about the pandemic. So you'll see the stocks are like this, and then they'll do this, and they'll basically go flat. And then as soon as he talks, it's essentially a pendant, and it'll go or whatever. Usually it crashes, but you'll see that too. But that's when news is known. If they know something's up, it starts to become very flat. But see, you don't see that, right? Like, there's uncertainty here, right? There's a wedge right here. So they might know something was happening, and then a decision happened here. But I don't know. I don't know what's up, right? But maybe we'll figure it out. I'm just giving you what I can see. This one, there was exuberance. So maybe something bad happened. The vaccine got pulled, but then nobody gave a shit. So then it took off because they expected bad. Maybe that was it. And then no one cared. So it just took off. But yeah. And what's happening to us is we're just getting thrown out in the bathwater. It has nothing to do with AMC. It has everything to do with the broader market. But maybe the news is caught up. It usually takes news about 20 minutes. So, where? No, there's still, the news is still delayed. Let me go do a googly search. Google Dow News. And tools, recent, past hour. Okay, so in the last hour, there's no news. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Is there anything about the Dow? Okay. Adhesives. Ralph Lauren. Everything says everything's going up. Wow. A DA charged a person with a murder from 1996. Isn't there like a statute of limitations? Holy crap. The market for dipropylene glycol monomethyl ethyl is apparently going to go through the roof. Airline stocks are apparently having some trouble. Let's see a look at this. So around 2 p.m. Oh, maybe this is just profit taking. Maybe this is just selling on the news. So basically, maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is just, it was roaring because of the earnings, and they're just like, okay, time to take some profit, right? And maybe that spooked. They just somebody did a profit take. Maybe. Because I see nothing but positive news. There's nothing that says what the hell's going on. Interesting. Yeah, see ya. Yep. Yeah, we're just going to complete the last hour, 30 minutes of the YouTubing. And then I'm off to get some more food and rest and relax. Today's been an adventurous day. Not the worst day we've ever had. At least there was some technical action in the beginning, even if it slowed down. That's good. Oh no, it's all good, backstop. If I respond seriously, then I may misread you guys, but I'll never take I don't take anything too seriously. So see, we're following basically pound to pound here. So this has nothing to do with AMC, although we basically hit our shoulder and we had a technical breakdown. So the Dow hit its shoulder but kept going, but because of the timing, we collapsed on our shoulder. But we are basically following the Dow, like pound for pound right now. Let's just put the Dow in a new pane. Excuse me. That was loud. Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, you can see pretty much there's a 50-50 comparison, if you will. And you can see how this is the overall market, if you will. And you can see how much it affects us, right? So that's a little bit of us. This is a little bit of us. And then almost all of this is them. But see, we don't look the same. It's because we've pushed up. We didn't go down as far, so we pushed up. So our buyers are supporting this, right? And then here, our buyers are lax compared to theirs because they probably burned out here. And then as you go up, same thing. We're meeting their angle, but our sellers weren't as strong, so we don't have this gap or this depression here. But that's partly because we didn't go up as high, right? So I don't know which way it is. Because we didn't go up, we can't go down. But or we didn't go up because we knew it was stupid or something. Nobody really knows. But anyways, that's what happened. So you can see that we're following. We didn't have this excitement. We're not as bad on the sell-off. We're not as big on the recovery, though. So anyways, something to see. Something to keep in mind. Or look at, I guess. But following the market isn't bad. It's when we deviate from the market in the wrong direction. That's bad. Because that means something's wrong and it's our fault. Whereas the market will generally always be positive in the long term. So we just, who cares? Just ride it out. But, yeah. There's my fancy rock collection system. So anything I drill goes down a huge path and goes into an auto collector down there. So even if I drill way, 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 way down here, where I get my silicone, it rolls all the way down there. Just got to get a few more solar panels. Those silver screens are going to cost me a lot in energy. Go, my minions. Be free. Probably the highlight of this game is watching the little rocks roll all the way back. Saves me a lot of time in transit. Excellent. So I like how once AMC started to go down, we had about 50-something viewers. We're now at 30. No one hangs around when AMC takes a nosedive. That's all right. We'll be back on the winning circle eventually. But I won't forget the OG crowd. Guys stuck through. Earned your diamond hands. Okay. Oh, I know what I can do. I could work on my magnesium mine. Yeah, it's all good. I'm just mining some resources. So nice. I love it when a plan comes together. Now we're just at the market's mercy right now. Something happened, and basically the overall volume is pitiful. So we're at 44 million. So it's not bad. Oh, we're starting to break away from the market. That would be good. See if that holds up. Perfect. Oh, I drilled a hole into my secret tunnel accidentally. So I have a whole shipping system down here that runs underneath the walkway here. Oh man, come here. Get out of this hole. There we go. So it runs underneath this tunnel, which then takes me to the secondary ore and silicone, or silica. They say silicone, but it's silica. Silicone is a produced product. Be mining silica. That takes to the electrical panels. Yep. Haha, you took a nap. So what's with the afternoon naps? You just work like late shifts or something? Ah, so good. Oh, Jesus, just about fell to my death. Yeah, it looks like we're getting a little bit of breakaway. So we'll test the blue line and see if we get out. At least we're not going down. That's good. We've stopped downwards motion. Yeah, sleeping on the job. You had one job. That is to pretend to buy so the market would sell off. I mean, other way around. Pretend to sell. Is it up or down on the Coinbase IPO? Usually halts are if it goes down, but you can be halted on the way up. Oof. What did they open at? $351 coins? Let's see here. Oh, literally. How did they fucking open at $420? Jeez. Why don't you just divide your shares? Was there a reason, like, is a psychological reason for 350? Why would you ever IPO at that kind of price? So that happened at 126. Yeah. So where's the 2 o'clock drop? So you can see the 2 o'clock drop on the Dow didn't affect them much. So this could have been the Coinbase IPO as it's pulling money out of the Dow, right? And then once it starts going red, the Dow recovers. But this has nothing to do with the IPO. You would have to see the IPO go nova in the upwards direction to even remotely justify it. Man, so how much money did you lose if you bought? You lost 8%. And if you bought on peak, you've lost 17%. Na. Hey. Goodbye. Ah. It's a DPO? Oh, okay. Well, no, it can't be a DPO, because if it's a DPO, it starts at 0, right? Or I guess maybe it doesn't start at 0. Maybe a portion of it. So an IPO would have a bank buys up all the shares and hopes to make their money back. A DPO is we hold on to the shares and then we give them out. We're basically the bank, whoever the offerer is. But I guess you can still set the price and set the amount, I guess. I'm not 100% sure on DPOs. I think you can set the price and the amount. It's basically identical to an IPO, just there's no investment bank. But I think with a DPO, though, the price is less controlled because the shares are not controlled. They're controlled by your company, whereas the bank owns them all. So until the bank sells them all, the price is technically averaged or fixed at the IPO price. I think. A direct listing. Yeah, direct listing is just we're doing it without a bank. Yeah. Okay. So 250. Okay. So anyways, let's just say they started at 250. Let's just keep things simple here. So that's not bad. But yeah, it's definitely quite a bit of money there. Whether or not Coinbase is worth 250, I would say probably not. ATM model makes it worth a bit, but I think you might be trying a little too hard. But it all depends on how many shares they divided by, right? The company could be $2.50 or $2.50 if they just have, I guess that's 100% or 100 times more shares. So the share price doesn't really matter per se. It's the evaluation tied to it. But anyways, neat, good to know. So now we're breaking from the Dow. So that's a good sign. Maybe this trip into purgatory is now over. Yeah. Well, even IPOs, IPOs can go. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. IPOs can go sideways too. And generally, a lot of people that play the IPO game and stuff, they're just pumping and dumping. They get in on the hype and they sell as soon as the hype freezes for half a second. And that's really the play on IPOs. Because if not, most companies that IPO, they're unprofitable, especially if they IPO early. So then they got about 3 to 5 years before they start turning a profit. So the IPO price should be negative money. They should be paying you to give them money. And they're not. So any price is a bad price. And then that's kind of the... oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of the bigger game. So when a company that's already successful makes a lot of money IPOs, that stock doesn't go off the handle either because you know the price of the company already based on its fundamentals. So you know what it's worth. So why should it be worth 10 times that or 2 times that? Although with an IPO, technically the company sells all of its shares to a bank. The bank gives them all that money up front. So technically the company has gone up by $1 billion plus immediately, which raises their share price and their value. So with a typical or traditional bank-driven IPO launch, your company actually has got a boost, and the bank takes on the risk that people don't like you. But, hooray! Well, I wonder if Afghanistan is stabilized or they're going to come back September 20th. Yeah. I think Canada still has troops in Afghanistan. Our combat missions ended ages ago, but we still have police and humanitarian going on. Actually, yeah, we're definitely still in Afghanistan. Actually, I just saw some people kicking sand around. Although I guess that could have been Jordan, Lebanon, because we were there, or we are there currently doing also police training. Yeah, Germany gets more US troops. Hooray! Europe was once again overloaded with US troops. We're here for your women. Alright, so we're not reacting to the Dow going down. That's good. So maybe we're going to get our liberation. Let's see. So we basically bounced across the top. Whether or not that's our support line or whether that is the Dow, we don't know. And it doesn't really quite matter. But if the Dow goes green and we don't keep going down, so if we stay at this height, then that should be the kicker to get us up over 930, which will then send us back upwards. Yeah. Yeah, Coinbase isn't having a good time. Yeah. I don't know if the US is going to go all out in the Ukraine, but Russia is weaponizing the Arctic, building up all their Arctic bases. But I think you're going to have problems with China before you have problems with Russia. Russia is an easier person to deal with because Russia doesn't really provide the US with everything it needs. It's really Europe that's beholden to Russia because of their fuel. And if Russia gets cut out, then they'll have to take American fuel or Middle Eastern fuel. And then, well, who loses there, right? So it's not a big deal, but a conflict with China would really hurt the US. Well, it hurt the whole world, really. Although we may get lower prices. Whoever's not fighting China will probably get discount prices because they have to move all this extra goods that the Americans would have previously consumed. So, but being closest allies to the Americans, Canada is going to be wherever America goes, unless it's really stupid, we'll be there. So I won't get any of those sweet discounts. Sad. All I'll get is made in Chinese products, and they'll start ticking now. It's like, finally, my Arduino parts. Why has this got a brick of C4? Damn it. Curse you, China, and your guerrilla war tactics. Yeah, Gazprom, well, I wouldn't say Gazprom owns Europe, but Gazprom has Europe over a proverbial barrel. So, but that's because Europe has no access to oil, right? But Europe is not stupid. You know, you're starting to move away from the reliance on oil. So their time in the sun is coming to an end soon. But how soon? It's a debatable question. And that kind of goes to the conversation we were having yesterday about my longer term stock plays. I'm going to bet on the energy crisis, oil becoming scarce, and apparently now copper. Copper has always been a decent play as well. Might start commodity trading. But I need about $10,000 US to do that legally. So we'll see about that. So I think next on the great stock trade channel that this clearly is. Wink. Shameless self-plugs. Yep. Well, you can also buy oil from Norway, Sweden, and does Finland have gas? There's huge oil fields off the coast of the Nordics. But I don't, well, that's Middle Eastern oil. But I don't know, I don't know how they supply Europe. I'm not really well versed in the oil supply. I just know Europe, I think, gets 20% of its oil from internal sources, and the rest of it has to be imported. And the majority of it comes from Russia, especially natural gas, because it's not easy to transport. Whereas oil, the oil comes in through Suez, and then they transport it out from the site of Greece, I believe, is the major, I don't know what the hell it's called, distribution point, drop-off point. There's a port there. I don't know if it's in the Black Sea. Wouldn't make sense as in the Black Sea, but... And I think they're trying to make a pipeline that goes from the Middle East all the way to Europe, or it has been done. There was a big thing about it. And the problem is the pipelines go through now Russian-controlled territory, so they can still just turn them off if they're angry. Yeah, that's what Reddit keeps saying, but it's a very arbitrary, right? Short positions do not have to be covered. They can go pretty much forever as long as someone is willing to lend you the shares. So that's not 100% true. If you did a naked short, you have 3 days to cover it. What's the other thing? And if the price gets squeezed because everyone's holding the price, technically, yes, you could determine the price, but the first person to sell ruins that. So yeah, okay, maybe that's true, but good luck getting 1,000 people in the room, and the first person in the room to yell fire gets $1 million. But if you wait a long time, the price goes up and up and up and up. So, you know, at some point, someone's going to call it, right? So it doesn't work in practicality. It's been proven with police investigations that I think when there's 3 people, you just tell the other person that the other person is cracked. And I think if you have 3 people, your odds of getting a confession out of one of them is almost guaranteed. I think, yeah, it's 3 is the magic number. Because 2, it's like Billy saying this. Well, I know Billy wouldn't do that. But when there's 3, it becomes a group. These 2 cracked. You're the one left out. Do you want a lower prison sentence? If you crack now, we'll get you a lower prison sentence. But if you don't crack before him, you will get nothing. And then that's the tactic that plays into the human greed protection mechanism. But anyways, so don't buy too much into that because it's not inherently true. It's right, but it expects so much, and the odds of it is not there. or at least not in a way I could ever see happening. Oh God, it's Zach. So for those that are new to this channel, Zach's our resident AMC price troll, I guess. He comes in at least once a day to remind us of the thought of price that, or the prices he thinks are valid. Yeah. Oh yes, definitely. So overkill, if you own all the shares, right? Let's say you own 100% of the shares, you dictate the price because they can't buy or sell if there's no shares. So whatever price you're willing to sell at is the price that will be the price. But that's called an illiquid market, also known as a thinly traded market. And so you see with an IPO, the company owns all the share prices. Technically, when the IPO starts, there is no sellers. It's only buyers, right? So they're buying the price, but what's happening is they're saying, oh, $350 is too freaking expensive. So they stop buying. So the price then goes lower and lower and lower and lower that's being offered. And then finally someone bites. Yeah, I'll take it for 280. So now the share price is 280. So it looks like a sell, but it's not a sell. It's basically somebody was offering it at 280, and that was the highest a buyer was going to pay, right? Because the price you see is the last traded price. It's when the buyers and the sellers match. So the seller may be offering a higher price and the buyer meets it, or the seller's offering a lower price and the buyer meets it, or the buyer is offering to only pay a certain price and the seller meets them. Whichever way you want to look at it, right? So red doesn't always mean sell. It just means the faith in this stock has gone down. I'm not willing to pay more than this for that stock. That is a more accurate statement. So technically, if you own all the stock or all your friends agree not to sell, you can price fix, because even if people sell, you still control the majority. And so if 90% of the stock doesn't move, the worst that people can do is move it a very tiny amount each day, right? And you see that with GE, Ford, any Coca-Cola, any big company, their price barely moves, like 1% a day, because most of it's held. Whereas our stock is pretty much the wild, wild west. So we'll fly up 30%, but that's the value of high volatility, right? So anyways, I won't go over it again, but again and again. But it's something to keep in mind. There's trade-offs. Anything is possible on the stock market. Anything. You know, the company could go under tomorrow because Aaron has a secret Illuminati baby-eating, cat-murdering thing in his basement, right? That's a possibility. The likelihood, very, very low. But you have to keep in mind that anything is possible. So, yeah. Just keep that in mind. Take that. No. Damn it. Anyways. Yeah, no. Don't try to understand the magic of the five. The five. I think he associates the $5 with footlongs and hand jobs. That's what we've come to the conclusion. There you go. Backstop's got it. Did you list it there, Zach? Is that what you're trying to tell us your listings are? AMC, Fiverr. I'll give you 5 fingers for $5. What a deal. Yep. Or maybe he's lost a finger, so he'll give it a 4-finger discount. Oh, Zach brings moments of joy on a slow day. It's all good, Tom. He just comes back and says $5, $5. Hey, rough hands are good. They got extra grip, you know? So you need some friction for the... Need something that rhymes. Friction for the... Yeah, it's not really easy to rhyme friction. Should have picked a different word. Whoa, Howard, this is what you come here for. Don't lie to us. It's the semi-homoerotic AMC handjobs. That's what you're here for. That's the content that really sells this channel. You need the friction for the conviction. I like it. That's good. The friction shows conviction. There you go. That's why you like it rough. Yeah, you got it. You got it. That's good. That's a good rhyme. Oh, glad you guys are here, keeping me sane. Oh, man. All right. So now I got a little light tower. Not bad. If I could figure out how to put things on angles, I could probably do like a rotating hinge. I haven't figured that out yet. So the angle's not great, but whatevs. Does it at least stop this place from getting pitch black? A little bit. Not great. Oh yeah. Well, like any good bromance, it's not gay in a 3-way. When there's other people, there's some leeway. Don't get me started on boxes and dicks. And a dick in a box. Yep. Well, if this is a dildo, I would very much consider aborting that scenario. I'm playing Space Engineers. I'm building an AMC theater on Mars. There's my pimp leopard suit. And I can get rainbow gloves. Talk about gayness. Or I can have a yellow helmet. Cow helmet. I love it. Okay. So anyways, yeah. So this is the AMC theater on Mars that I'm building. And then it's going along pretty good. I just need to get some more resources. And I think I'll leave it until I have guests. So that's what I'm up to. Yeah. So this is a multiplayer server. So if you add me to Steam, you can basically just pop in and fly around it if you have the game, which may still be on sale. I think my next thing I have to do is I have to go to space because I need to get certain resources that are not found on planets anymore. I need construction comps. This was actually pretty cool. So I made so we're just, AMC's just doing a roll. I made this nice little rover here, which is pretty compact. There's hydrogen fuel tanks stacked 2 high on each side. There's a hydrogen engine in the middle. This here allows me to back into the base and offload resources. There's the hydrogen engine right here. I just throw on solar panels so that it collects ambient energy. Plus you need the first spark of the hydrogen engine and the gas flow between the hydrogen containers here require power. So that keeps the battery charged, if you will. So anyways, you reverse into this thing, and then you can offload all your stuff. And I use this for trying to find resources, because you run out of gas flying around with your little backpack really quickly. So I just take this guy for a spin. The only problem is I may flip him, and then I have to quit the game because these things are easy to flip. So it has 2 years worth of energy. Holy crap. This thing is fully charged. So there's my my crappy rover. I'll turn on the ore detector and we'll see if there's anything around here. Is Coinbase really sinking so hard? Let's see. It's not too bad. 25%. Ooh. That's getting Titanic-y. I retract my earlier statement that it wasn't too bad. I won't laugh at your homelessness, but that sucks. Although if I was homeless, I would chuckle. I'd be like, oh man, this blows. At least I have stocks. Oh, don't be attacking Howard. Keep this PG. Johnny Astronaut. Yeah. I love how Zach's buying into his role in life. Why fight it? He came to tell us about $5, and now he's just embracing his destiny. Yeah. Yeah, Zach the freelancer. Yeah, it's all good. I think. Oh! I found some resources. I think. Yeah, we've covered the miscommunication. Yeah. I just saw the @ symbol, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Normally, we're all a little more friendly. It's all good. But you're quite right. And Howard's right as well. Aspirational names. Yeah, where people are like, DJ, really good at my job. You're like, yeah, okay, DJ, really good at my job. Ooh, cobalt. One 114 kilometers? 1.14 kilometers. Okay, let's put a little GPS here. So we're at 3:14, so we're now in power hour. And no change really on the stock. Still following the Dow pretty much hand to hand. And the volume is pretty bad in the low department. It's cobalt, not cobalt. Okay. And close. Okay. Perfect. There. Now I know where I can get some cobalt. Yeah, we still haven't figured out how old Zach is. Or if Zach's command of the English language is due to age, or due to... Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh, shit. These things flip so easily. Or if Zach's command of the English language has something to do with something. I don't know. These are questions we want to know. I love that my ship has 41 years worth of energy. Hell yeah. When I first started this ship, it had like the hell, it had like 2 minutes of travel time. Love it. Oh, he's 17. Oh, that explains it. Oh, cool, cool. I love it. It's never work when you do what you love. Yep. Remember, friction equals conviction. We've learned this here. That's the takeaway lesson for today. Is that you need lotion for the motion, or you get the hose again. And friction tells us the conviction. This ship is not that fast. All right. Unidentified signal. Push button. Get bacon. No bacon. Boo. There it is. See if there's any goodies in here. A med kit. Cool. Steal all its resources. Do 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 do. See, the weight of the object caused the vehicle to depress. Nice. I'm guessing when my fat ass gets into the front of the vehicle, it's going to depress as well. Let's see. Obviously, it didn't like that. No, my ass is dragging. Okay. So apparently player weight does not count, but weight of objects does. Oh, is the steel plates. So I currently weigh 3 tons, but that wasn't enough to bottom out the vehicle. Okay, good to know. I learned something today. Yeah, if you're 17 and yeah, that's a good call. You don't have time for YouTube if you got a girlfriend and you're 17. Whoo-wee, those are the times to be alive. Them youngins. Frisky dingoes. Alright, so we're coming up on the last 30 minutes. Oh, damn. What part did I just blow off my vehicle? No idea. Oof. Okay, blew a lot of parts off the vehicle. Are they recoverable? Damn, put a good good hole in that rock. All right, it's time to head home and get repaired, I guess. Since there seems to be a snowstorm as well, or sandstorm coming. Good times. The hell's this blinking? Are we sparking? Maybe it's sparks. This vehicle likes to bottom out a lot. Housing market is definitely having some problems. Oh, underground cobalt. Yes, that's what I was driving all over Hell's Half Acres for. Excellent. Excellent. Sweet. Perfect. We laughed, we loved, we cried. Can't ask more from YouTube channel. Yeah. So I think we're just going to roll the whole day flat. It'd be weird for the Dow to have a crazy recovery. They're long-term technical. They should be completing a U-shape in the next 5 minutes. So that might give us a kick in the pants. Our U-shape completes at 9:20. You can see the shoulder. So we just need... Oh, shit. I wasn't looking. I was just driving. Just killed a family of 4. No. Damn. My poor vehicle. Whoa. Put the parking brakes on. I thought this thing automatically brakes. Okay. There we go. Where was I before I smashed the front of my vehicle against some type of space debris? Yeah, so if the Dow ends up going up a little, then we'll have our boost. We only need about 5 cents. So. And we will see. Oh shit. Forgot the inertial dampeners were off. Oh, I just slammed myself into a vehicle at Mach 1. Which sometimes kills you and sometimes doesn't. $110 meters per second. That's pretty fast. There we go. Whoa. Where? There we go. Okay. Just do a quick quick check around the sides here. Seems like everything, oh, minus the tires. The tires were a little busted. Okay. Okay, good enough. Heading home. Oh. No, parking brakes are P. P. Cool. Oh yeah, my ass end's dragging. Look at that, how it's bending. That's cool. So the shocks seem okay, but the overall weight it doesn't like. All right. Well, as long as I make it back home, that's all I care about. Oh. AMC 920, Mortal Kombat close. Okay. Market close. I'm gonna go with somewhere near 9:30. I think we're gonna get a surge right near the end. Almost all stocks start with a bang and end in a whimper. That's how normally a stock works, during the day at least. Ooh, found some magnesium. Hell yeah! Only 1.5 kilometers from my base. What do I want to do here? Sweet. GPS. Don't care. Move from current position. Yeah. So most stocks, yeah, have most of their energy in the morning, and then they taper out after 12 o'clock. No, we would have been fine minus whatever that drop is that happened at 2. It would have probably stayed up, but that 2 o'clock kind of kicked us in the pantaloons. I wasn't expecting us to make new highs. We weren't going to go over 980 by the rest of the day, but I didn't expect us to end crappily, per se. Meg. Okay. Sweet. So I've noticed if you're playing this game on foot, they drop these unknown signals like 2 inches from you. But if you're in a vehicle, they drop them like 5 kilometers from you. But my vehicle's a lot slower than my walking ability. It is dangerous. It is. We might actually start to think that this stock is not a giant turd. So that's starting to show positivity. That's good. Ooh, silver. Don't mind if I do. Excellent. Well, I know what I'm doing for the rest of the night. I'm mining silver. Yay. Excellent. Sweet. The exact time we dipped, hold on. It could be Coinbase, but the exact time we dipped was 13:58. See? Coinbase opened up on this dip here. But we dropped maybe due to Coinbase opening up. But the one I'm concerned about is the one that happened across the market, which is right here. That's the one that nailed us. We're going sideways. Coinbase may have knocked us down, but we would have recovered. But this is what sealed our fate for the remainder of the day, whatever that was. But that's the stock breaks. That's how it goes. All right, well, see ya. Since there's no real chance of... sometimes we have a really good last 10 minutes, but you can always check back to see if things went excitingly. Okay. So, let's try to park this thing without breaking it completely or flipping it. Oh boy. There we go. Come on. Roop, roop, roop. Ah, there you go. Oh. Come on. Parking brakes on. Eh, no. There we go. Okay. Now, we should be... Yep, we're synced. Yay! So, if I get in here, and I hit G, I can't tell which group is what. Alright, well, fuck it. We'll just let this thing go. Now I'll just repair this solar panel. Oh, I can't. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh well, I'm gonna retire when we hit 30. That's enough for me. Just give me a quick second. I just have to get something. Oh man. Hellcats. Good choice. Just had to check in on the squirrels again. They're being rambunctious today. All right. Just making sure everything's not busted. I don't know what that is. Sounds lewd. Okay, this one doesn't have an extended mode. There we go. Perfect. Oh, nice. Yeah, people are going to profit take because that's a ridiculously high number, right? But then that's what people did with Bitcoin. They profit taked, and Bitcoin just said nope. But Dodge is hype, pure hype. So whereas Bitcoin is criminality and has, you know, there's a potential to it, I guess. Well, there's more intrinsic value, I should say, not potential. Oh, military helicopter going over my head again today. First time I've noticed today. Put a share on it. And you guys have gambling problems. I was right to say the this one sounds like a Chinook. No visual. No, no visual. Military helicopters are really hard to nail out of the sky. You can only hear their echoes off the buildings, or at least in my limited experience with tracking them. Don't really have much experience hanging around an airbase. Okay. Okay, just give me a second I gotta wash a dish here. All right. Just setting up a after game meal. Gonna have a Chinese sausage over some shit-tastic rice. Okay, so the Dow's dropping, and we're not reacting. That's not bad. So that's good. So whatever spooked the market spooked us in the beginning. It must have been something fairly serious. But now not so much. We seem to have gotten our freedom from such things. Sorry for the delay in speaking. I just realized there's someone sitting in their truck, just sitting in the parking lot outside of my place. Just like, who just sits in a vehicle for 20 plus minutes? Maybe that's the thing to do these days. All right, let's let that boil. So I might even get my 930. I might win this this bet. Suck it, old man. The future is now. Yeah. If the 250 represents a reasonable fundamental price, you tend to reach that right away. Maybe in a couple of days. Like Roblox came out at 40, went up to 70, but its fundamental price is $0 because, well, I guess not zero because it has $1 billion and there's intrinsic value, but the company's losing 200 million every quarter, I believe, or at least every year. So it's not positive. So what the hell is IFAW? International Arms, International Federation of Arms and Weapons of fat women. No, fat aristocratic women. There we go. Or wankers. Ah, okay. I was close. Animals, wankers. Potatoes, tomatopotamus. Wow, we have a one person stock upswing here. Let's see if it happens. Another sandstorm? No, not yet. Good. Doing a little landscaping, cleaning up. Yeah. My money's on somewhere near 930. So we're in the last 15 minutes now, and there's been no major change. We did get a little bit of an upswing at the 1530 mark, but that's also when the Dow got a little bit. So we're still holding. Not bad. But no No major price action or crazy changes. Okay, let's see the result of your $10 purchase. Any moment now. Whole market goes blood red. Yeah, a little bit of delay there, Marshall, but that's good. USD is not backed by gold. USD is backed by the American army, fundamentally. And American exceptionalism. Exactly. Nothing intrinsic. But you'd be an idiot to bet against America. For all their stupidity and things they do, at the end of the day, they tend to do what's right, and they tend to kick the shit out of anybody. They don't lose. They win at everything, including childhood obesity, diabetes. It's one of my favorite jokes. America is always number one at everything but reading. But I mean, if somehow reading was tied to kicking ass and taking names, I'm sure they would be the world's best readers. Just not a priority right now. Florida's going through some things right now. Everyone's questioning their gender. They got bigger fish to fry right now. Yeah. Yeah, and the reason I say the USD is backed by the army is because the US owes debt, right? And so if, say, China decides to call all their debt and really gets angry and says, give us all your money, if the state says no, then their debt payment is backed up by the army, right? If China says yes or we'll beat you up, that's really where you go at that point. The International Monetary Fund and all these other people will, do sanctions and yell at you. But when you're the largest trading partner, just like China's doing to the rest of the world right now, you're not going to be ignored and put in a corner for any long period of time. You'll just get a wag of the finger because everyone needs to trade with you, such as what's going on with China right now. So, yep, unless you want to go to war, you're going to wait. Yeah. Or say Greece, Germany isn't going to go to war with Greece because what a waste of time and effort. But Greece ain't going to stop Germany rolling in on them if they did. So it's pay your debts, or we are going to roll, but we'll roll economically and cut you off physically. Yeah. So, anyways, that's what your currency is backed up with. Whereas you saw what happened to Greece. They don't have the ability to tell people to bugger off. And rip. Hardcore austerity. Actually, I think they even had a change in government, didn't they? The one government got kicked out, and the next one came in. Yeah. I did not. Oh, now I see it. I'm like, I didn't see a price increase. I've been glancing up. Now I see it. Wow, look at you. You and your magic. We don't need lemons. We just need you and your purchasing abilities. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the last 10 minutes, but we're going to go with that. I like witchcraft over possible real science. Witchcraft's much more fun. The market maker. They call me Market Maker. Stocks to stocks. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Coming soon to Netflix. Although speaking of that, we are soon to gonna get the Netflix saga of Deep Fucking Value. That's coming soon. Oh, it's got to be a shitty documentary, but yeah, he's already. And Wall Street Bets have already sold their rights to movies as well. So. Well, you should go to work before you get fired, because if you get fired, you won't have any money for the market. You'll be spending more time with us, but it's not healthy. Yeah, blame it on the napping. You don't need sleep. Hey, it's DWB or DBW. We haven't seen you in a while. I remember you. But yeah, no, clearly it's whatever job that is she doing. I think it's hospitality. You know, definitely just be napping. Or sorry, don't be napping. Work with zero energy. Drive recklessly. Fall asleep behind the wheel. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I got myself confused. Yeah, she's hospitality. The polite way of calling that. It is the hospitality business, just in the sense of liquor. And lewd bodily actions, depending on what kind of bar you're running there. You might be the hostess with the mostest. Oh, I'm curious what what's his name? Zach does for employment. I mean, I know what he does for like the side gig, but I wonder if that's his primary occupation. And he can't be living off of $5. Yep. No, that's definitely an addiction support group. That's for certain. There we go. Zach gets an allowance as his primary income. Yep. I learned that when I was doing interactive brokers. That is an income source. Allowance from spouse. I'm like, oh, nice. Ah, my sausage burnt to the bottom of the pan. Whew. All right. I was like, my sausage should be done. It's well done. Oh, damn, I'm going to set off the fire alarm. Okay. There's 3 minutes left, and I gotta combat a giant smoke cloud. Let me just get the respirator that I keep around. Give me a second to mute, because I gotta wear a gas mask. Alright, problem solved. Ooh. Smoke inhalation is the true killer in a fire. If you're not immediately overcome by what's in the smoke, essentially. Let me just put this in the doorway to block it. I want to see the last 2 minutes of this stock trading day. Okay. Woo. That's a lot of smoke. All right. Well, at least tomorrow's a Thursday, so today's going to finish green, and we'll basically be set up good for tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow will be the kickoff. Or the next day. It's always tomorrow. But at least it's setting us up, so the probability has definitely increased that our kickoff day is, tomorrow. Yeah, that's the ending volume. We're at 48 million, so we did actually pick up a bit of volume near the end here. So we got a bit of volume here and a bit of volume there, even though this was pretty much Deadsville. So, yeah, pretty slow day, but not horrible. 50 million is respectable. Oh, let me just get back to here. So I like how we diverged. We almost opposited each other. That's good. Or we've gone in contra to each other. Haha, fancy words that nobody cares about. Okay, 30 seconds left on the clock. Hopefully no major price motion, and then we can call it. Game, set, match. Oh, last minute. They're going to fight to the last 20 seconds. And last second dumping of money. Well done. But not enough to really go anywhere, but enough to land us at 5.66 for close. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Well, yeah, almost technical breakout. So actually, it probably tried right here. You can see the push down, right? So it probably tried. If it had a few more minutes, then we could have easily gotten probably another. Oh yeah, so there's what it actually probably hit a line. Probably hit this line just as. Yeah, so we would have needed a lot of energy. We would have needed a few more minutes. But that sets us up for tomorrow. Don't you have to go to work, my name? Like, come on. Let's go. Yeah, I'm free for questions afterwards. Go to town. Yep. So this would be the question and answer period. Well, basically from what I see, my macro, what the hell would it be? Not perception, position, idea. I don't know. So again, if we go back to, we don't need this anymore. If we go back to the longer picture, right? I was expecting a U shape, right? About here. So we collapsed on the corner, or it wasn't the U. So the U shape is here. So I like that we're rummaging a bottom here. This might be the midpoint of the U shape. Whoops, sorry. Then that's incorrect. Let me do it with proper drawing tools here. Arc. Here, here, here. So if this is the midpoint, right? So if we drag that to here, well, let's drag it to here, and we drag that to there, right? So I don't think it's the midpoint, but maybe this was an overzealous sell-off, and now we're hitting, this is the middle right here. So I'm expecting the inverse of this starting yesterday or today, right? So the fact that we managed to go up means we're not going down, which means we could start this curve. And that's my expectation. I'm hoping that the curve is a little bit more like this. I was expecting the curve to be a lot more like this, right? You can see that one would work perfectly, but we got nuked on this 11 day. We didn't get it, and we just paid. So that ain't happening. So if we drag this out a little bit more, it's like, okay, let me just lower this down. So here's the bottom of the whatever. We're riding high. But if that was the case, we would have seen a more pronounced drop to get us down. So, okay, maybe it's like this, right? But then we wouldn't have had this breakdown here. So my guess, because of what the chart's telling us, it's actually like this, and this, and something like this, right? There, something like that. So I don't know exactly how this parabolic shape's going to come, but the more we stay flat or positive, then we're basically building up this base, and then we're going to hit the kickoff, which will get us back on track. So that's the idea. So catching up with the chat. Yeah, so the amount of days you have going positive before retraction doesn't really matter, or isn't really a thing. There is a sense of cyclicness. Yeah. So things happen in a cycle. So 2 days up, 1 day down, 2 days up, 1 day down. But it's not quite that. There's probably a bigger one, like a month up, a month down, or this month is positive, this month is negative. But it's not going to guarantee it's going down. It just means there's more negative sentiment this month or this season. Just a sidebar. A good example of that is that summer is everybody gets out of the stocks in the summer. So the summer is generally negative. The spring is positive because it's earning seasons, and so is the winter. So you have a dead period, not really negative, but a dead period between summer and fall. And that happens every year. It's secular, right? So, anyways, so getting back to this, we might be having some type of secular, but I would say it's based on more price motion. So it depends on how high we go up. So if we go up too high, you got to pay for it. And then you start to go up too high, you pay for it. But it tends to be when we gas good, right? But here's 2 weeks of, there's no up days here, right? So we're kind of doing this. This is where we are right now, coming down from this. So I want to know if we're here. We're obviously not here. We haven't started the recovery phase, but I don't know if we're here or we're in the middle. And that's my, like, I don't really want this fucking going out to May. Like, that's ridiculous. So I really want this to be a tighter. If it is, we'll see it tomorrow. We'll see a huge jump up that brings us into the 10s or higher, and then we come back to the 10s, and that's us going up the shoulder. So, yeah, cycler. Yeah, cycler? Cyclar? Anyways. Or you could say circular, but it's cyclical and cyclical. I guess how you say it. Anyways, so that's my view, that we're just basically in a giant U shape. And you saw a whole bunch of U's today. This one's just playing out on the almost a month. Yeah, this is the 21st of last month, and we're coming up on the 21st of this month. Holy crap. That's almost a... Fuck, that sucks. Cyclical. There we go. Yeah, cyclical. But no, I'm trying to say secular. L-A-R. Yeah. It would be the plural of cyclical. Yeah, I guess that's the plural of cyclical. Anyways, so that's my viewpoint. Any other questions? We could look at GME. Yeah, so GME basically moved almost the same as us today. GME always has more extreme price motions. So if we put the two charts together, you see how we just followed each other all throughout history, right? Like we are almost 1 for 1 right here. Then we started to split. They ended up going up more extremes. We would follow, but whatever. Our real break was on the first cataclysmic drop. They basically, they got murdered. We didn't. They got murdered again, and then we started to show a little bit of difference. They were rising, we didn't. They would crash, we didn't. We're a lot more mute, and that's where we are right now. So GME is completing a dome shape, where we're completing a really flat dome shape, or we're at the bottom of a U. A U is far more positive than this. This generally only ends one way, which is into the garbage can. Where ours, if it is a case, we might get a wide W, but usually that is just a U. So anyways, but so that being said, we're still following each other. So for whatever reasons we go up, are likely similar reasons to them. Like we are almost 1 for 1 on all the major problems. So we're clearly tied at the hip. But we're not exactly 1-to-1 throughout the day, but you can see the relationship here is quite good. But because they're more extreme, they get 18% and we get 5%. Or they'll get 50% and we'll get 20%. Even though we're a smaller price number, which is, you know, the amount of money that they have to do to make these motions is fucking ridiculous. But they are the prize child, right? Anyways, so yeah, it's not unexpected, at least not to me, but it is still impressive that they've blasted so much money. Yeah. Oh, I ran out of oxygen. Anyways, okay. So, anything else? We all good? They can kill the channel. All right. Nope, no problems. What I'm here for. Thanks for stopping by. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I'll get a theme song one day. All right. See ya.